Would the Ganges become too salty to drink? No. The river is too vast. One handful of salt disappears into it entirely. You would not taste it at all. The Buddha was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "This is how karma works. Same salt, same past action, but what happens next depends entirely on what receives it. A small cup, a mind that is tight and reactive, pulled around by whatever arrives. That mind feels the full weight of an old action. It overwhelms everything. A mind that has widened through practice receives the same past action differently. Not because the past changed. The salt is still there, but the container has grown large enough that it no longer poisons what is present. This teaching is preserved in one of the earliest collections of the Buddha's words. He used it to answer a question most struggling people carry quietly inside. Are my past actions a sentence on my present life?
Probably.
His answer was precise. Not if the container grows. Most teachings about karma leave the past exactly where it is. Heavy, fixed, working itself out over time. This teaching says something different. The container matters as much as what it holds. That changes everything. And the container, the quality, the clarity, the breadth of the mind, is the one thing in this equation you can actually work with. Before that work can begin, 3 versions of karma need to be set down. Most people carry at least one of them without knowing it. All 3 share the same problem. They take the container out of your hands entirely. The first is karma as punishment. When something painful arrives, a loss, an illness, a failure, a door that will not open, this version says, you earned it. Difficulty is debt being collected. Suffering is a sentence being served. This version is everywhere. You hear it when someone gets bad news and another person says quietly, karma. You feel it at 2 in the morning when something goes wrong and the mind asks, what did I do to deserve this? It runs through the way people talk about misfortune, always searching for the moral cause underneath, always assuming that if something painful happened, something wrong must have preceded it. The damage this causes is not mainly guilt. The damage is passivity. If difficulty is punishment, then the only thing to do is endure. Wait for the sentence to finish, or perform enough visible good acts to tip the balance. The mind has nothing real to do in this model. It just receives what it has earned and waits for something outside to change. Agency goes. Practice becomes transaction. The path becomes debt management. And worst of all, the person starts to feel that their suffering is proof that something is fundamentally wrong with them. Not just unlucky, deserving. That verdict shapes everything. The way you expect things to go. The quiet assumption that if something good arrives, it will probably be taken away. The sense that improvement is not really for people like you. The Buddha did not teach this. A verdict comes from outside and lands on you. A condition grows from inside. And a condition, unlike a verdict, can be understood, worked with, and changed. The second version is karma as fixed fate. The patterns that keep repeating, the same kinds of difficulty arriving in the same shape, the relationships that seem to follow a script. This version says, it is already written. Nothing can alter it. This version sounds wise sometimes. It sounds like acceptance, like not fighting what cannot be changed. And it is pointing at something real. Resisting what is already here does create more suffering than the situation itself. That part is true. But accepting what is present right now is completely different from believing nothing can ever be otherwise. Those are not the same thing. The Salt teaching answers this directly. If karma were fate, if past actions produced fixed results no matter what, then the same fistful of salt would always have the same outcome. It does not. The outcome depends on the container. The container is not fixed. What past actions create is a tendency, a weight in a particular direction, a slope that makes certain movements easier, not a rail that can only go one way. What happened yesterday shapes today. It does not determine it. The difference between shaped and determined is the difference between feeling trapped by your own history and seeing that this moment, right now, is genuinely open. The third version is karma as a moral bank account. Good actions go in as credit. Harmful ones draw the balance down. Somewhere a ledger is being kept. When enough good accumulates, better circumstances follow. This version at least gives you something to do. You can make deposits. You can choose. That feels like agency. But the flaw is still there, just wearing smarter clothes. The result still depends on something outside the mind, an accounting process running on its own timeline, settling its own balance. You provide the actions. The outcome is handled elsewhere. Two people can give to the same cause. One gives and lets it go. The other gives and quietly tracks whether the universe has noticed. The visible action is identical. What the mind is doing is not. The bank account version cannot see that difference. It is only looking at the deed. So practice becomes investment. Do good now, wait for returns later. Attention goes to the visible deed, the generous act, the right behavior, and away from the one place the Buddha always pointed, the quality of the mind in the moment the action is taken. All three versions place the mechanism of karma somewhere out of reach, in a judge, in a script, in a ledger. And when the mechanism is out of reach, the honest answer to what you can actually do is not much. The Buddha's teaching does not accept that answer. In one of the earliest collections of his teachings, the Buddha said, "Intention, I tell you, is karma." Intending, one does karma by way of body, speech, and mind. Intention is karma. Not the visible action, not the outcome, not what arrives weeks or years later. The intention, the quality of mind in the moment something is done, that is where karma is made. And intention here is not just the conscious decision to act. It is the whole quality of the mind in that moment. When you do something from genuine care, that quality is one thing. When you do the exact same thing from fear of being judged, from needing to control what happens, from wanting to be seen well, the quality is something else entirely. The behavior looks the same to anyone watching. The karma being created is not. Think of a simple moment. Someone asks for your help with something inconvenient and you say yes. If that yes comes from genuine willingness, the karma is one thing. If the same yes comes from fear of being seen as unhelpful, from resentment being swallowed rather than resolved, the karma is something different. The action is identical. What the mind is doing is not. This also settles something the punishment model gets wrong. It assumes every difficult result traces back to a proportional moral cause. But in the Buddha's teaching, karma and its result are two separate things. Karma is the action planted. The result is what ripens from it. They are connected, but not in a straight line. A person can act from genuine care and still face a hard outcome. A person can act from fear and have things go smoothly for a while. The connection is real. It is just not the simple matching game the punishment version assumes. And what ripens depends not only on the action planted, but on the mind that receives it. Karma is not a transaction between your past self and your future circumstances. Karma is what the mind is doing right now, in this moment, meeting this experience. The past is fixed. The future is not here yet. This moment is the only one that is actually workable. One final distinction completes the picture. Wholesome karma and unwholesome karma. Most people assume wholesome karma means action that produces good outcomes, that if life is going well, what you are doing must be wholesome. That is still the bank account version dressed up differently. It is not what the teaching means. Wholesome and unwholesome karma are not defined by results. They are defined by roots. Wholesome karma has 3 roots. Acting without grasping at a particular outcome. Bringing genuine goodwill to what you are doing. Not performing goodwill, actually feeling it. And seeing clearly what is actually present, rather than what old habit or fear says is there. Action that comes from those 3 roots is wholesome, not because pleasant circumstances follow, but because the mind doing the act is oriented toward honesty, care, and clear seeing. Unwholesome karma has 3 roots that are the mirror of those. Craving, the reaching for things to be different from how they are. The grasping at control, at certainty, at being approved of. That low-level hunger that runs beneath most ordinary days. Aversion, the pushing away, the background resistance, the irritation that arrives when experience does not match what the mind wants. And confusion, seeing things wrong, taking what is impermanent for something solid, running on old patterns instead of seeing what is actually here. Action that comes from those 3 roots is unwholesome, not because things go badly, but because the mind doing the acting is not seeing straight. What this means in practice is something most people have never been told. You can be in genuine pain and still be creating wholesome karma. If your response to difficulty comes from steadiness rather than reactivity, from honest seeing rather than confusion, from care for yourself and others, rather than grasping at a particular outcome that is wholesome karma. It does not require circumstances to improve. It does not require life to get easier. It requires the mind to be working honestly. This is the teaching that changes the relationship to difficulty entirely. It means no situation is karmically wasted. A person sitting with illness, with grief, with a failed relationship, if the mind in that situation is working honestly, wholesome karma is being created right now, in that difficulty, not despite it. And equally, a life that looks smooth from the outside can be generating unwholesome karma steadily, through subtle grasping, through background aversion, through the confusion that mistakes a comfortable arrangement for something real. The roots, not the results, are what the teaching is pointing at. Now put this together. Karma is not what happens to you. It is not a sentence handed down from outside. It is not a fixed script. It is not a ledger being settled somewhere you cannot see. Karma is intentional action, and the quality of that action is determined entirely by what the mind is rooted in at the moment it meets experience. Whether what is present in that moment is clarity or confusion, genuine care or grasping, honest seeing or the distortions that habit and fear produce. Which means this: the present moment is always a point of genuine agency. The salt from the past is real. It does not need to be pretended away. But the container, the mind receiving it, is something you can work with right now in a life that has real difficulty in it. The person who understands this stops waiting for karma to improve. They stop performing good actions, hoping to tip a balance they cannot see. They start paying attention to what their actions are actually rooted in. Because the mind is where the whole process begins, and the mind is where it can genuinely change. Most people spend years trying to arrange circumstances so the mind can finally be at ease. This teaching points in the opposite direction. Train the mind first. The circumstances are not the problem. What makes that possible is seeing clearly what those roots are. Not in theory, not only in dramatic moments of crisis, but in the small, ordinary moments of an ordinary day, the friction when plans change, the quiet hunger for things to be different, the confusion that shapes behavior without announcing itself. Most people move through these moments too quickly to see what is actually happening in them. The thought that reaches automatically for reassurance, the flicker of resistance when something does not go as expected, the assumption so old it feels like fact. These are the roots. Seeing them clearly is the beginning of changing them. And that is exactly where the next teaching begins. The roots do not always look the way you expect them to. Sometimes the person most visibly caught in them is also the person who appears from the outside to be doing everything right. Nanda was that person. He was considered the most handsome man in the kingdom. His wedding was days away. The woman he was to marry, Janapada Kalyani, was said to be the most beautiful woman in the entire Sakya clan. And on a morning that should have been ordinary, everything changed. The Buddha arrived at Nanda's house while he was still preparing to leave. As the Buddha rose to go, he handed Nanda his begging bowl and walked out the door without taking it back. Nanda followed, because how could he not? He carried the bowl outside, glancing back toward where Janapada Kalyani stood watching him go. He fully expected to return the bowl and be back with her within minutes. He did not go back. By the end of that morning, through a sequence of events that moved faster than he could process, Nanda found himself ordained as a monk. No war, no crisis, no dramatic conversion, just the quiet force of circumstance and a mind that could not find the words to say, "I need to go back." For months after, Nanda practiced alongside the other monks. He sat with them, he walked with them, he followed every form, and his mind was somewhere else entirely. Not from laziness. His attention kept returning to Janapada Kalyani, the image of her face, the life he had been about to start, the morning he had not come back from. The other monks noticed. His body was present, his mind was not. And what the story shows, this invisible current running beneath everything visible, is not a character flaw in Nanda. It is a description of how the mind works in all of us, almost all of the time. That current has a name in the Buddha's teaching: craving. And Nanda's story is not actually about Nanda. It is about the invisible forces that drive the mind when it is not being examined. The Buddha identified 3 of these forces as the roots of all unwholesome karma. They are not personality types. They are not moral failures. They are movements of mind, common to everyone, present in every life, running beneath behavior without announcing themselves. And because they run quietly, most people never see them. They just feel the effects. The craving that keeps someone in an unfulfilling situation because the alternative is unknown. The aversion that makes someone short with people they love when nothing is obviously wrong. The confusion that leads someone to keep making the same decision in different circumstances, never quite seeing the pattern. These are not dramatic examples. They are Tuesday afternoon. The first root is craving. Most people hear that word and picture something obvious: the desire for money, for food, for physical pleasure. But craving in the Buddha's teaching is far more pervasive than that. It is the basic movement of wanting things to be different from how they are. And it shows up constantly, in forms so ordinary you stop noticing them. The mild impatience when a page loads slowly, the way the mind rehearses an argument before it happens, the checking of a phone not for information but for reassurance, the low-level hunger for certainty about how something will turn out, the monitoring of whether you are being seen correctly, the quiet grasping at approval that shapes what you say and how you say it. It also runs through the way we want to be seen, the careful editing of what we say so a particular impression is made, the need to be understood in a specific way by a specific person, the monitoring of how a conversation is landing. All of that is craving, not for objects, but for a particular version of reality, one in which you are thought of correctly, one in which the future is taking the shape you want. The grasping is at outcomes, at certainty, at control. Most of the suffering that capable, intelligent people carry is not caused by dramatic events. It is caused by this, the quiet, persistent reaching for a version of reality that matches what the mind wants. The gap between what is and what is wanted is where craving lives, and it is almost always there. None of those feel like craving in the dramatic sense, but they all share the same structure, the mind reaching for something it does not currently have. Things as they are, not being enough. Craving also has a particular relationship with time. It is almost always pulling away from the present, towards something in the future that would finally make things right, or back towards something in the past that needs to be recovered. The present moment, as it is rarely enough for a mind running on craving. There is always somewhere else it would rather be. And because craving keeps the mind in another time, it makes wholesome karma very difficult to create. Wholesome karma is created right here, in this moment, from what is actually present. A mind that is always somewhere else is not available for that. Nanda was not a greedy person, but the mind that kept returning to Janapada Kalyani while his body sat in meditation, that was craving. The mind had something it wanted. It could not let it go. And because the craving was not examined, it shaped everything. Every hour of practice, every conversation, the quality of every day. Craving does not always feel unpleasant. Sometimes it feels like motivation. Sometimes it feels like love. Sometimes it feels like reasonable planning. The question the Buddha's teaching asks is not whether the desire feels pleasant. The question is the mind grasping? Is it reaching towards something with a quality of need? And if it is, craving is present, quietly shaping the action, quietly shaping the karma. The second root is aversion. Most people hear this and picture obvious anger, the outburst, the moment someone loses control. But aversion in the Buddha's teaching is much wider than that. It is the basic movement of not wanting something that is present. And it runs through ordinary days in forms just as quiet as craving. The slight stiffening when someone says something you disagree with. The dulling of attention when a task feels tedious. The edge in your voice when things are not moving fast enough. The internal withdrawal when a conversation goes somewhere uncomfortable. The background discomfort with uncertainty that makes decisions rushed. None of that is what most people call anger, but it is all aversion. The mind pushing away from something it does not want. There is also a subtler form. It is the aversion to not knowing, to uncertainty, to situations that have not resolved yet. The mind that cannot tolerate ambiguity will move toward a decision, any decision, just to end the uncomfortable feeling of not knowing. That rushing is aversion. The action it produces is karma, and it is often the karma the person is least aware of because it feels like decisiveness rather than avoidance. Aversion creates its own particular quality of karma. Actions that come from aversion tend to be contracted. They are shaped by what the mind is trying to avoid, rather than by what the mind genuinely wants. A conversation had from aversion, from the desire to end something uncomfortable, to get out of a situation, carries a different quality than the same conversation had from genuine engagement. The words might be similar, the karma is not. Aversion also accumulates. Small irritations, not noticed and not addressed, become background states. The person who is mildly annoyed by everything but says nothing about any of it, that accumulation shapes behavior in ways the person does not see. Sharpness in their tone, a slight brittleness in response to pressure, the sense other people sometimes have that they are walking on something unstable. All of it traceable, if you look carefully enough, to aversion that was never examined. The third root is confusion. Of the three, this is the deepest, and it is the most difficult to see because it is the lens through which everything else is seen. Confusion here does not mean being unclear about facts. It means seeing the nature of experience wrong, taking what is temporary as if it were permanent, taking patterns of habit as if they were fixed reality, taking what is happening right now as if it were the same as what happened before, acting from a map of the world that was drawn years ago and has not been updated since. This is why confusion is considered the deepest root. Craving and aversion can sometimes be felt. There is a quality of wanting or pushing that the body registers, however faintly. Confusion has no such signal. It is invisible precisely because it operates as the way you see, not as something you see. You do not notice the lens. You just see through it. Most people operate this way most of the time. They are not stupid. They are busy. And the mind in motion does not stop to ask, is this actually what is happening? Or is this what I expect to happen based on everything that happened before? It just responds from the pattern, from the habit, from the assumption so old it no longer feels like an assumption. Think of a relationship where one person has a long history of not being heard. Their partner says something neutral, a simple comment, nothing critical, but the mind reads it as dismissal. It responds from a wound that was not caused by this person in this moment. The response is real. The reading is wrong. That gap between what is actually happening and what the mind believes is happening is confusion. And the karma created in that moment comes not from what the partner said, but from the distorted lens through which it was received. Confusion is also the root that makes the other two harder to see. When the lens is wrong, craving looks like love. Aversion looks like good judgment. The habits that are running the show feel like free decisions. The roots stay hidden, and because they stay hidden, they keep shaping karma without being touched. These three, craving, aversion, and confusion, are the roots of all unwholesome karma. Every action that creates suffering in yourself or in others traces back to one or more of these three. And their opposite three are the roots of all wholesome karma. Where craving reaches and grasps, non-craving acts without needing a particular outcome. The action is taken because it is the right thing to do in this moment. Not because a specific result is being secured, not because the future is being arranged, because this, right here, is what care looks like. Non-craving does not mean not caring about outcomes. It means caring without gripping, doing the work fully, wanting things to go well, and then being able to release the result. That release is not indifference. It is the mind that can act wholeheartedly without making its peace contingent on how things turn out. Where aversion pushes away, non-aversion meets what arrives with goodwill. Not forced positivity, not pretending difficulty is not difficult, but the genuine orientation of a mind that is not contracted against what is present, open to it, willing to be with it. Non-aversion does not mean never feeling resistance. It means the resistance is not running the show. You can notice something is unpleasant and still remain present with it. You can disagree and still stay open. That quality of non-withdrawal, even in difficulty, is what the Buddha's teaching calls goodwill toward experience. Where confusion sees wrong, clear seeing sees accurately. What is impermanent is seen as impermanent. What is happening now is seen as what is happening now, not as a repetition of what happened before. The map is updated. The response comes from what is actually present. Clear seeing is also what allows the other two wholesome roots to function. When you see accurately, you naturally let go of what cannot be held. When you see accurately, there is less to push against. Remove the confusion, and the other two roots begin to thin. These three wholesome roots are not a personality type you either have or do not have. They are qualities that can be developed, moment by moment, in ordinary situations, in the friction of an average day. Now here is what matters most about all of this. These roots are not a moral framework. They are a description of how the mind actually works. Craving is not a sin. Aversion is not a character defect. Confusion is not stupidity. They are movements, like weather, like gravity, operating in the mind, whether or not anyone labels them. Every person has all three. Every life has all three. The question is only whether they are being seen. Most people also have one root that runs more persistently than the others. A mind living primarily with craving, always reaching, always a step ahead of where it is. A mind living primarily with aversion, quietly but constantly pushing back against what arrives. A mind living primarily with confusion, habitually running on old patterns without checking whether they still apply. Recognizing which root pulls hardest in your own experience is one of the most useful things the teaching offers. Because the root you know is the root you can work with. And this is the shift that changes everything. Nanda could not transform his practice until he could see what was actually driving it. He could sit perfectly still and generate unwholesome karma because the root was invisible. Once it became visible, once he could name what was pulling at him and examine it rather than just be pulled, something could change. That same sequence is available to anyone. It does not require a monastery. It does not require years of practice before it becomes useful. It requires one thing, the willingness to look at what is actually happening in the mind before acting. To pause before the irritated reply and ask, what is this aversion? What is it not wanting? To notice the hunger for reassurance before reaching for the phone and ask, What is this craving reaching for? To catch the moment of a familiar reaction and ask, am I seeing this clearly? Or am I seeing it through something older? Most people discover, when they try this, that the window is short. The route moves fast. The gap between stimulus and automatic response is very small. This is not a failure. This is the baseline. The practice is simply to make that gap slightly larger over time. Not through effort exactly, through familiarity, through knowing what you are looking for well enough to catch it a moment sooner each time. The aim is not to catch it every time. The practice is to catch it sometimes, and then a little more often, and then enough that what happens after the catching starts to change. That noticing, just the noticing, is the beginning of wholesome karma. Because in the moment you see a root clearly, its grip loosens. Not because you have fixed it, because awareness and automaticity cannot fully occupy the same space at the same time. The first few times you catch a root in action, it can feel uncomfortable. You see the craving in something you thought was care. You see the aversion in something you thought was good judgment. You see the confusion in something you thought was accurate perception. This is not a reason to stop looking. This is what the looking is for. The discomfort is not a problem. It is the feeling of the lens being cleaned. Wholesome karma does not require the 3 unwholesome roots to be permanently gone before it can grow. It requires only that they begin to be seen. The practice is not becoming someone who never experiences craving or aversion or confusion. The practice is becoming someone who notices them arriving. That difference between being driven and being aware is the entire territory. And the territory is larger than most people imagine when they first encounter this teaching. Once you begin to see the roots, you start to see them not just in the moments of obvious difficulty, but in the texture of ordinary time, in the quality of attention you bring to a meal, in the way you listen when someone is speaking, in the small choices that seem too minor to examine. The roots are there too, and so is the possibility of wholesome karma. This is what makes the 3 roots genuinely useful rather than merely interesting. They are not a framework for judging yourself. They are a map. And a map is useful not when you study it at a desk, but when you use it to navigate. Seeing those roots is the only way to work with them. And that seeing does not happen in theory. It happens in the ordinary moments of an ordinary day, in the friction when plans change, in the quiet hunger for reassurance, in the reaction so fast it was over before you noticed it had started. You are probably not in Nanda's exact situation, but the mind you are working with is the same kind of mind. It has the same roots. It runs the same hidden currents. And in every ordinary moment, in the gap between what arrives and what the mind does next, those roots are either running the show or they are being seen. There is a story from the last day of the Buddha's life that shows what karma looks like when the wholesome roots are fully running. Kunda was a blacksmith who lived in the town of Parva. He had heard that the Buddha was traveling through the region with a group of monks, and he made the journey to ask if they would accept a meal from him. He was a craftsman who had listened to the teachings and felt something shift in the way he understood his own life. The request to offer a meal was not an obligation, he felt. It was something he wanted to do. The Buddha agreed to come. Kunda prepared through the morning with care. He used what he had. He thought about what would nourish the monks after their walking. He thought about how the meal should be set out and what it would mean to receive these people in his home. None of this preparation was anxious. It was attentive. There is a difference between those two things, and the difference is audible in how the morning is remembered. When the monks arrived, Kunda served them. The Buddha ate a particular dish that Kunda had prepared and then quietly asked that the remainder of that dish be buried rather than offered to the others. It was an unusual request. Kunda followed it without fully understanding why. The meal ended. The monks left. Kunda watched them go. By the following day, the Buddha was gravely ill. He continued walking, several miles through heat, until he reached a grove of sal trees near the town of Kusinara. He lay down between two of the trees. He called his attendants. He gave his final teachings. He did not rise again. The community that had formed around him over 45 years now had to carry forward what he had given them, without him. A shadow gathered around Kunda's name, not through open accusation, but in the way that grief moves through a community that has just lost something it cannot replace. People began connecting what they had been fed to what had followed. Whatever Kunda had intended, the result was visible to everyone. Kunda was not a man who could hold this lightly. He had prepared with his full attention. He had given from genuine respect and care. There had been nothing in him that morning except the honest wish to serve well. And he now carried the possibility that his service had caused the death of the person he most wanted to honor. Before he died, the Buddha gave specific instructions about Kunda. He told Ananda, one of his closest attendants, to travel to the blacksmith and deliver a message. Not consolation in general terms. A specific teaching about what the karma of the meal actually was and why. The message was this: Kunda should feel no remorse. The karma of his offering was equal in its wholesome quality to the karma of the meal that Sujata had offered on the morning of the Buddha's enlightenment, the last nourishment given before sitting beneath the Bodhi tree and waking fully to the nature of things. 2 offerings, decades apart, one to a man about to discover the end of suffering, one to that same man as he moved beyond it entirely. Equally wholesome karma. The comparison the Buddha made was not random. Sujata's offering came at the moment of greatest threshold, the point at which an ordinary man was about to become something the tradition had never seen before. The Buddha used that specific meal as the benchmark for maximum wholesome karma. And then he said that Kunda's meal, the one that preceded his death, met that same benchmark. Not because Kunda was exceptional, because what he brought to the morning was complete. Nothing left out. Nothing held back from genuine care. Nothing divided between what he offered and what he hoped to get in return. Not because the outcomes matched. The outcomes could not have been more different. What made the offerings equal had nothing to do with what followed either of them. It had everything to do with what Kunda brought to that morning. The care that was real, the respect that was not performed, the wish that held nothing concealed in it. Nothing that happened after the meal could revise what the karma already was. The karma was complete the moment the bowl was extended, because karma is not what happens after the action. Karma is the quality of mind the action was made from. The opening verses of the Dhammapada place this at the very beginning of the teaching. These verses open one of the oldest surviving collections of the Buddha's words, and it matters that this is where the collection begins, not with cosmology or rules of conduct. With this, mind is the forerunner of all actions. All deeds are led by mind, created by mind. If one speaks or acts with a corrupted mind, suffering follows, as the wheel follows the hoof of an ox. If one speaks or acts with a green mind, happiness follows as a shadow that never departs. A corrupted mind, in this teaching, does not mean a wicked mind. It means a mind operating from craving, aversion, or confusion, reaching for things to be different from how they are, pushing away what is present, responding to an old situation rather than the one actually here. Any of those states distorts what the mind produces, not through moral failure, but through disorientation. The action that comes from a distorted orientation carries that distortion forward, regardless of what it looks like from outside. A serene mind does not mean a mind without emotion or care. It means a mind whose actions are not being driven by those contractions. A mind able to act from what it genuinely is, rather than from what fear or habit or the need for a particular outcome is currently demanding of it. This is not a teaching about suppressing what arises. It is not asking anyone to stop wanting things to go well or to stop feeling when they go badly. Craving and aversion are not problems because they contain desire or feeling. They are problems because they distort the orientation of the mind. They cause the mind to reach and push in ways that pull it away from what is actually present. The serene mind the teaching points toward is not an empty mind. It is a mind that can want things, feel real things, and still remain stable enough in its orientation that what it produces from that stability is clear. The image of the ox and the wheel is worth staying with. An ox does not decide to drag the cart. There is no deliberation. The ox walks and the wheel follows because that is the nature of the connection between them. No choice is made. No moment of selecting from alternatives. Just the automatic consequence of the movement. This is how habitual intention operates. The mind holds an orientation built through what has been practiced, reinforced, allowed to run without examination across hundreds of similar moments. And from that orientation, action flows. The action produces results. The results confirm the orientation. The ox walks the same path again. The wheel follows more easily. Walk any path long enough, and it begins to feel like the only path available. The mind moves into it without registering that it is doing so. The path is so well worn that moving into it feels natural rather than conditioned. The shadow image works differently. A shadow follows without effort. You do not pull it. It follows because of what it is attached to. The clarity and genuine care that the Buddha associates with a serene mind follow the same way. They do not have to be manufactured. They are what becomes available when the contractions of craving, aversion, and confusion stop monopolizing the field. The practice does not construct these qualities. The practice removes what has accumulated on top of them. Intention, in this teaching, is not the word as most people use it. It is not a plan formed in advance, not the conscious decision made just before an action, not the thought, I intend to do this. It is the entire quality and orientation of the mind in the moment of acting, including orientations the mind is not aware of. Consider what happens when someone says something that lands badly. Before any thought forms, before any deliberation occurs, something changes. The body tightens, the voice shifts. Something comes out with an edge that was not chosen. Was that intended? In the ordinary sense, no, nobody planned it. But in the Buddha's sense, intention was fully present. A quality of mind was operating, reactive, contracted, moving from aversion, and that quality shaped what emerged. Karma was created in under a second without anything being selected consciously. Intention also runs through movements so quiet they do not feel like actions at all. The way attention adjusts when someone less interesting begins to speak. The slight shift in warmth toward a person based on whether they currently have anything to offer. The small modifications to what you say so a particular impression is maintained. The impulse to reach for a phone the moment a gap of discomfort opens. The mild dismissal of information that complicates what you already believe. None of these feel significant. They feel like Tuesday, but each one is the ox walking. Each carries the quality of the mind that produced it. Each creates karma from that quality. Most people, when asked to identify a moment of karma creation, point to a significant choice, a decision about a relationship, a moment of honesty or dishonesty with real stakes, a choice made under genuine pressure. These moments matter, but they represent a fraction of the karma created in any given day. The far larger portion is produced in moments nobody select as significant. The quality of attention brought to a task when nobody is watching. The warmth in a voice when the person spoken to has nothing the speaker needs. The honesty of a small observation made to someone who cannot verify it. These are ordinary moments. They are also where the quality of the mind most clearly shows what it is actually made of. What this requires acknowledging is that the quality of the mind in any given moment is not primarily shaped by what that moment contains. It is shaped by what the mind has been practicing. A mind that has run reactive patterns across many ordinary situations arrives in a difficult situation already moving from those patterns. The difficult situation does not create the orientation. It reveals what was already there. This is why working only on visible behavior produces changes that are thinner than they appear. Most people who want to work on themselves address what they do, say better things, make more generous choices, avoid the actions that reliably produce regret. The effort is real, but it attends to the cart rather than the ox. Adjust the visible action without changing the quality of mind generating it, and the change holds only in conditions where it does not cost much. under ease, where circumstances are favorable and no particular trigger is present, the modified behavior functions. Under fatigue, under criticism, under the specific circumstances that have historically activated the old pattern, the original orientation reasserts itself. Because the root was not addressed, the behavior was adjusted. The mind producing the behavior was not touched. Two people sitting in the same meeting decide not to say something critical they could easily say. The first holds back because they have calculated, again, that the criticism creates more complications than it resolves. A decision made in the moment, from a mind that still contains the criticism and is managing it. The second holds back because genuine goodwill toward the person is currently stronger than the irritation. Not managing anything, simply present from a different orientation. The visible action is identical. One is suppression. The other is something more honest, operating naturally. The karma is not the same. The distinction matters not because of any judgment about which person is better, but because the second approach is actually sustainable in a way the first is not. A mind managing its own contents is always under some degree of strain. A mind operating from genuine goodwill has nothing to suppress. Between what arrives and what the mind does next, there is a space. Most people, most of the time, find this space very small. Something happens and a response is already forming before anything has been examined. The accumulated orientation of the mind, shaped by many similar situations and many similar responses, determines the next action before any conscious awareness can follow. The sequence completes itself and is passed before it becomes visible. This gap is where intention lives, where karma is actually made, not in the significant deliberate choices that receive time and attention, in the small automatic movements that run before attention arrives, the judgment formed before genuine looking, the assumption so fast it was never recognized as an assumption, the warmth withheld or extended from a quality of mind that was never examined. The gap narrows under conditions that resemble previous conditions where the same response formed. The mind, moving toward familiar territory, accelerates into its established pattern. What narrows the gap is accumulated momentum, the same response practiced so many times that it runs before attention can find it. This is not dysfunction. It is what any repeated practice produces, whether or not the training was conscious. What widens the gap is consistent attention paid to what is arising in the mind before it becomes action. Not in the moments of highest pressure, those move too fast and compress everything. In the ordinary moments when there is actually room to look, the irritation before the words that carry it form, the wanting before the reaching begins, the response still assembling itself before it has completed. These are workable moments, low enough pressure that attention can function before the habit fully launches. Mindfulness, in the Buddha's teaching, is precisely this practice. Not clearing the mind of thought, not achieving a particular state of calm, the clear and non-reactive knowing of what is present in the mind right now, before it shapes what comes next. This knowing is not analysis. It does not require understanding why something is arising or tracing it to its history. It requires only that the arising be seen clearly enough to create a small amount of space between the arising and the automatic response. The space does not have to be large to be useful. A half second of recognition that the mind is currently moving from aversion, just that, is enough to change what comes next, at least sometimes. And sometimes is how the practice starts. The first time someone catches a reaction forming, pauses inside it, however briefly, and responds from something more honest than the automatic, something becomes available in the experience that was not available before. Not dramatic, more like a brief recognition of being the one taking the action rather than the one being carried by it. That recognition is what the practice is building toward, not a destination, a gradually more available quality of presence in the moments that matter. Over time, the moments where the mind operates from its wholesome roots, genuine care, honest seeing, goodwill that is not performed, become more visible and more accessible, not because they occur more, but because attention has become trained enough to catch them. Caught clearly, they can be understood. Understood, they can be cultivated. The practice feeds itself. What began as deliberate attention gradually becomes a more natural quality of noticing, something the mind does without requiring effort each time. Kunda brought genuine care to a morning that ended in grief and accusation. What he brought was not erased by what followed, not revised by what people said afterward, not measured by the outcome. The karma was already complete in the quality of mind he had carried to that meal. The mind had gone before. Everything else followed from what it had already set. The teaching does not ask you to control what follows. Outcomes are shaped by more conditions than any single mind can manage. What others make of your actions is not yours to determine. What the world does with your offering is outside your hands. What is inside your hands, fully, always, is the quality of what the mind brings to this moment. Its actual orientation, the roots currently running, the quality present in the action before the action becomes visible. That quality can be noticed in the moment the irritated reply is forming but has not yet come out. In the moment, the mind reaches for distraction, and the reaching is seen before the hand moves. In the moment, a familiar interpretation begins assembling itself, and there is just enough space to check whether it is accurate. These are available moments. They are more frequent than most people realize, because most people have not been looking for them. What is noticed can be worked with. What is worked with can change. Not through exceptional effort or circumstances that cooperate first. Through honest attention paid to what the mind is actually doing, rather than only what the behavior looks like from outside. The mind goes before. Every action in every ordinary day settles the question of what it brings, which means every ordinary day is the practice, and every moment of noticing is a moment where something genuinely different becomes possible. Knowing that the mind can meet difficulty differently is one thing. Actually meeting it differently, in the moment, difficulty arrives. When the body is tense and the situation is real, is something else entirely. The practice does not stay abstract for long. It gets tested, and the most direct test is pain. There is a teaching in the tradition about exactly this. about what happens when pain arrives and what the mind does next. It comes from a conversation between two monks, one dying, one visiting. Assaji was one of the 5 monks who first followed the Buddha. He was there at the beginning, before the Sangha had a name, before the teachings had spread beyond a small group of wanderers in the forest near Benares. He had practiced for decades. He had seen people come and go. He had sat through more seasons than he could count. Now he was ill, seriously ill. The kind of illness that does not lift and return, the kind that settles in and makes itself at home. His body was failing. He could feel it. Sariputta, one of the most accomplished practitioners in the entire community, came to visit. He sat with Assaji in the way you sit with someone who is genuinely suffering, not hurriedly, not with answers ready. He asked how things were. Assaji told him honestly. The physical pain he could manage. That was not what he wanted to talk about. What was difficult, what had been pulling at him, was something else. He had lost the ability to enter the deep states of meditation he had known throughout his practice. The stillness that had been available to him for years was no longer reachable. He would sit, try, and find nothing but resistance and agitation. And then he would feel ashamed of the agitation, troubled by his inability to achieve what he once achieved, preoccupied with the gap between what he had been and what he now was. Sariputta listened without interrupting. Then he asked a question that cut straight to the center of what Assaji was describing. Is your peace of mind dependent on reaching those states? Is your sense of having practiced well tied to the body's ability to cooperate? What followed was not a lecture. Sariputta simply pointed to what was actually happening in Assaji's experience. The illness was real. The pain was real. The loss of certain capacities was real. None of that was under dispute. But there was something else present, a second layer of suffering being added to the first. The resistance to how things were. The self-judgment about what his practice should still be able to produce. The running comparison between this Assaji and the Assaji of 10 years ago. As Sariputta spoke, Assaji became still, not because the pain went away, not because the illness improved, but because he could see, clearly, without flinching, the difference between the suffering that the illness brought and the suffering he had been adding to it himself. The illness was one thing. The struggle with the illness was another. And the second, he now saw, was optional. That recognition did not arrive with drama. It arrived quietly, as most real recognitions do. Not as an idea Assaji accepted because it sounded correct, but as something he could see directly in his own experience. He had been carrying two things simultaneously and treating them as one. The illness and the war with the illness. The pain and the story about what the pain made him. Now they were separate. The illness was still there, but it was just the illness. And just the illness, it turned out, was considerably lighter than the illness plus everything he had added. The teaching that holds this distinction most precisely is called the two arrows. It comes from the Buddha directly, and it is one of the most practically useful teachings in the entire tradition. When a person who has not understood the nature of experience is struck by pain, physical or otherwise, they experience two kinds of suffering. The first is the pain itself. The second is the suffering created by how the mind responds to that pain. The Buddha described this as being struck by one arrow and then immediately struck by a second. The first arrow is the pain. The second arrow is what the mind does with the pain. The first arrow cannot always be avoided. Illness arrives. Loss arrives. Disappointment arrives. People leave or stay in ways that hurt. Circumstances collapse when they were counted on. These are the first arrows. They belong to the nature of a conditioned life, a life lived in a body, in relationship with other people, in circumstances that do not always cooperate. No practice, however sincere and however sustained, guarantees immunity from the first arrow. It was never supposed to. The second arrow is different. The second arrow is always optional. This needs to be said carefully, because the word optional can make it sound like a matter of willpower. Like the person who keeps suffering after a loss is making a choice they could simply reverse if they tried harder. That is not what the teaching means, and that misreading has caused genuine harm to people who were already struggling. Optional in this teaching means that the second arrow does not come from the situation itself. It comes from a layer of mental activity added to the situation, one that operates through habit, not deliberate decision, and that can be seen and gradually changed, not controlled, not suppressed, seen. The second arrow takes many forms. Most of them sound reasonable when they first arrive. There is the arrow of catastrophizing. The pain is real. What gets added is the story about what the pain means for the future, that it will never stop, that things will only get worse, that the current difficulty is evidence of a trajectory that ends badly. This story is not the pain. It is the mind's projection, running ahead of what is actually known, creating suffering that extends into a future that has not arrived. There is the arrow of self-blame. Something painful has happened. A relationship has ended. A project has failed. A body has gotten sick. The question that follows, what did I do wrong? What is wrong with me? Why am I like this? Is not the pain of the original situation. It is a second pain, added by a mind turning toward itself with accusation. They are not the same thing, even though they often arrive so quickly together that they seem like one. There is the arrow of comparison. The experience of being in pain while believing that others are handling it better adds isolation and inadequacy to what is already hard. The pain does not require the comparison. The comparison is something the mind has added. There is the arrow of resistance, the sustained mental argument with the fact that this is happening at all. The thought, however clearly or quietly it runs, this should not be happening. I should not be here. This is not how things were supposed to go. The actual situation may be difficult. The resistance to it is a separate suffering, the insistence that reality should be arranged differently. There is also the arrow of explanation, the extended search for why this happened, which is really a search for control disguised as curiosity. The mind that keeps asking why the relationship ended, why the diagnosis arrived, why this situation rather than another, is often not actually seeking information. It is seeking a story in which the pain could have been prevented, and therefore could still be, in the future, if only the right lesson can be found. The searching is not the situation, it is another layer added on top. And there is the arrow that Asagi knew, the arrow of grief about one's own diminishment. He had lost something real. He was no longer able to do what he had once done. That loss was a first arrow, but the layer of shame about the loss, the evaluation of himself as a practitioner based on what his body could no longer do, the comparison to an earlier version of himself that had more capacity, that was a second arrow, firing steadily and privately in the quiet of his own mind. None of these second arrows feel like choices. They feel like conclusions, like the natural, inevitable response to a hard situation. This is what makes them so difficult to work with. Not that they are powerful, but that they appear to be accurate. Catastrophizing feels like realistic assessment. Self-blame feels like honest accountability. Resistance feels like healthy refusal to accept something unacceptable. They wear the clothes of reasonable thought. The test the teaching offers is simple. Ask, is this thought about the actual situation I am in right now? Or is it about a story built on top of the actual situation? The pain in the body is a situation. The conviction that it will never end is a story. The failed relationship is a situation. The assessment that it proves something permanent about your worth is a story. The job that was lost is a situation. The narrative about the kind of person who loses jobs is a story. The test works in real time as well as in reflection. When you find yourself in pain and the mind begins to run, begin by asking, what is actually here, right now, in this moment? Not what might come next, not what this means, not what it says about you or about the future. What is present right now? The pain is there. What else is there? Often, when the stories are set aside even briefly, what remains is more manageable than the mind made it. Not easy, but workable. The situation without the narrative around it occupies a smaller space than the situation plus everything added to it. Situations are first arrows. Stories built on situations are second arrows. Not shooting the second arrow is, in the Buddha's teaching, one of the most direct forms of wholesome karma available to a person in difficulty. This deserves to be stated plainly, because it runs against what most people assume about hard times in spiritual practice. Most people assume that difficult circumstances mean difficult karma, that being in pain or loss or illness is a sign of unwholesome karma, and that the appropriate response is to do better in order to generate better conditions in the future. The Two Arrows teaching says something different. It says that the quality of karma being created right now depends not on whether the first arrow has arrived, but on what the mind does when it arrives. A person sitting with genuine physical illness, who can feel the pain clearly and stay with it without adding a story about what the pain means, without fighting the experience of the moment, without turning toward themselves with accusation, that person is creating wholesome karma in the middle of suffering. not despite the suffering, in it. From the same roots described earlier, without grasping at how things should be, without aversion to how things are, with something approaching honest seeing of the actual situation. A person in comfortable circumstances who is nevertheless running a steady second arrow, a quiet story of resentment or self-judgment or comparison that runs beneath an otherwise functional life, is creating unwholesome karma from comfort, not dramatically, steadily. The arrows sought by orientation, not by circumstance. This is what Sariputta helped Asaji see. The illness was not going to improve because Asaji changed his relationship to it. His body was doing what bodies do. But the layer of suffering he had been adding, the shame, the comparison, the accumulated argument with his own diminishment, that was not required by the illness. It was added by the mind, running through its habitual movements, reaching for something it could no longer have. When Asaji saw this, not as an idea but as the actual texture of his own experience, something changed. Not the illness, the relationship to the illness. And in that shift, a form of ease became available that the illness could not touch because it did not come from the body. Practically, working with the second arrow does not require achieving a particular state of calm. It begins with a far more modest capacity, the ability to notice that a second arrow has just been fired. Not to stop it from being fired. In the beginning especially, the noticing comes after. The arrow lands, the story runs, and then, somewhere in the middle of the story, or at the end of it, or perhaps only when you are lying in the dark the following night, a small recognition forms. That was a second arrow. That was me, adding something to a situation that was already hard enough. That recognition, however late it comes, changes something. Not the past, the arrow already fired, but the next moment. Because once the distinction is visible, even imperfectly and after the fact, the mind has begun to see in a way it did not see before. And seeing, in this teaching, is the beginning of freedom from what is seen. The second time it happens, the second time a second arrow is caught and named, even after the fact, the recognition comes slightly more easily. Not because effort was applied, but because the mind has now seen this pattern once. It knows what it looks like. It has a reference point. The pattern is no longer completely invisible. It is a known shape in a familiar landscape. And known shapes are easier to catch than unknown ones. Over time, the noticing comes earlier. Still not before the arrow fires, that takes considerable practice, and even experienced practitioners do not always manage it. But earlier in the story, before it has run its full course, in the middle of the catastrophizing, rather than at the end of it, in the middle of the self-blame, rather than after it has settled into a mood that colors the whole day. And eventually, not always, not reliably, but sometimes, there is a moment where the second arrow is seen as it forms, where the mind catches the movement toward the story before the story has begun, and the catching itself creates a pause. In that pause, the pain is still there. The first arrow is still fully present, but the second arrow is visible rather than automatic. And in that visibility, a choice becomes possible that was not possible before. Not the choice to feel nothing, not the choice to be serene in conditions that warrant distress, the choice of what to do with the mind's own movement toward adding. Most people discover, when they begin working with this, that the second arrow they fire most reliably is not the most obvious one, not the catastrophizing that is clearly out of proportion. The one they fire most often is the subtle, persistent, deeply habitual arrow that has been running for so long it has become indistinguishable from how things are. The quiet story about what difficulty means about them, the low-level resistance to the ordinary friction of a life that does not always go smoothly, the mild but constant comparison between how things are and how they should be. These are the second arrows that create the most suffering over a lifetime. Not through intensity, but through duration. Not through the occasional crisis, but through the steady accumulation of small additional suffering added to every ordinary difficulty, every minor frustration, every moment when the first arrow lands and the second immediately follows. The practice asks only for the gradually increasing, developing ability to notice when one has been fired, to see it clearly for what it is, and to return, however briefly, however incompletely, to the first arrow and only the first arrow. Just the pain, just the situation, just what is actually here. That return is not resignation. It is not giving up on the wish for things to be different. It is simply removing the extra weight, the story, the self-judgment, the resistance, and finding out what the situation weighs without them. Almost always, what remains is more workable than what the second arrow made it feel like. The night Assaji stopped fighting his illness, he did not become well. His body continued as before. The pain was the same pain, but something he had been carrying, a weight that had nothing to do with the illness, was set down. The illness remained fully present, but for the first time in a long time, only the illness was present. Not the illness and the war with it. Not the pain and the story about what the pain meant. The first arrow, and only the first arrow. That, it turned out, was something he could actually bear. The preparations were already underway when the leader of the group stopped. He had done this many times before. He knew what fear looked like, and what people did when it had them. He had seen bargaining and pleading, and the particular desperation of someone fighting against what was coming. What he was looking at now, the monk sitting quietly, completely present, not doing any of those things, did not match anything he had seen before. He asked directly, "Why aren't you afraid?" His name was Alavaka. He led a group of bandits who had captured a monk from the Buddha's community, a practitioner named Adhimutta, with the intention of using him as a ritual sacrifice. The monk was bound. The preparations were ready. Everything that was about to happen was clear to everyone present. What was not clear to Alavaka was this: how someone could see the situation exactly as it was, fully, without distancing himself from it, and remain completely still. Not gone, not absent, present to everything happening around him. The voices, the preparations, the particular quality of that night, receiving all of it, and not afraid, not suppressing it, not pretending the situation was other than what it was, present with the full reality of what was about to happen, and somehow not adding the layer of suffering that reality usually generates. Adhimmata's answer was not a performance of serenity. It was a description of something he had come to see clearly through practice. He explained that for someone who no longer carries a sense of something precious that must be defended at all costs, no accumulated self that needs protecting, the situation, while clearly dangerous, does not produce what fear requires to form. Danger was present. The feeling of danger was present, but the move from feeling to the specific suffering of fear, the grasping at survival, the aversion to death, the frantic story of everything that would be lost, that movement did not follow automatically. The feeling arose. It was recognized, and it did not generate the next step in the chain. Alavaka listened. He was a man who had lived by violence. He understood threat and response. He understood the economy of survival. What he was hearing from this monk was something outside that economy entirely, and he found he could not dismiss it. He released Adhimmata. He asked him to explain further. The others in the group gathered to listen as well. Why the fear they expected had not arrived. It is one of the stranger and more human moments in the early texts. Violence meeting a particular kind of stillness, and the violence not knowing what to do with it. This story is preserved in the Theragatha, the verses of the elder monks. It is not a story about supernatural calm or the absence of sensation. It is a story about what becomes possible when a practitioner has learned to see the difference between a feeling and what the mind normally does with that feeling. Between the sensation and the story that the sensation triggers. That distinction is the entire territory of what this teaching calls the feeling tone. Everything experienced has a quality, not an emotion, not a mood, not a complex mental state, but a more basic quality that precedes all of those. Something feels pleasant. Something feels unpleasant. Something feels neutral, neither pulling toward nor pushing away. Most people, when asked what they are feeling, describe emotions: anxious, excited, frustrated, sad. These are real, but they are already several steps downstream from what this teaching is pointing at. Emotions are complex constructions, blends of thought, memory, physical sensation, and expectation. The feeling tone is simpler and earlier than any of that. It is the raw quality of the contact before the construction begins. Think of the moment a message arrives on a phone before you read it. The body registers something, a quality of anticipation or dread or mild interest, before any content is known. That registration is close to what this teaching means by feeling tone, not the emotion that follows from reading the message. The quality present in the moment of contact itself. It is also the quality that is present in every other moment, not just the obviously significant ones. This quality is the feeling tone. It arrives before thought. It arrives before the emotion that thought will generate. It is the first thing the mind contacts in any experience, and it arrives so quickly that most people have never separated it from what follows. The unpleasant feeling tone of criticism arrives before defensiveness that defends against it. The pleasant feeling tone of praise arrives before the grasping that wants more of it. The neutral feeling tone of a gap between tasks arrives before the restlessness that reaches for stimulation to fill it. In each case, the feeling tone is one thing. The mind's automatic response to the feeling tone is something else, and it is in that response that karma is made. The Buddha described this in what is called the chain of dependent arising, a map of how suffering comes into being from the conditions that precede it. The chain has many links, but for practice, the most critical one is this: feeling tone gives rise to craving. When something feels pleasant, the mind reaches for more of it. When something feels unpleasant, the mind pushes it away. Either movement is craving, either toward or away from what is present, and from craving comes clinging, and from clinging comes the suffering of being unable to hold what is pleasant or unable to escape what is unpleasant. Consider a simple sequence. Someone is working on a task and it is going well. The quality of that, the pleasant tone of things flowing, arises. The mind notices, and immediately, without any deliberation, a movement begins, wanting this to continue, wanting to extend it, a subtle anxiety at the edge of the pleasantness about what happens when it ends. None of that was chosen. The pleasant feeling tone arose, and the reaching followed automatically. Then the task hits a difficulty. The quality shifts. Something unpleasant arrives. Friction, frustration, the sense of not being able to do what was just being done easily. And immediately, without deliberation, a different movement begins, wanting to stop, wanting distraction, a mild resistance to continuing. Again, not chosen. The unpleasant feeling tone arose, and the pushing away followed automatically. Neither sequence required any input from the person having the experience. The feeling tone arrived, and the chain ran itself. That is the mechanism that was always running beneath the surface. This is what fires the second arrow without permission. Not a decision to suffer, a sensation arising, and the mind automatically converting that sensation into reaching or pushing, a movement so habitual that it completes itself before attention arrives. The pleasant feeling tone is the most obvious. When something feels good, the mind wants more. The desire to extend the pleasant meal, the pleasant conversation, the pleasant feeling of being liked or admired. This is automatic. The movement toward more is already happening before any decision to want more has been made. And that movement, compounded across 1,000 ordinary moments, is one of the primary engines of craving. The unpleasant feeling tone is equally immediate. When something feels bad, the mind moves away. The slight flinch at criticism, the internal withdrawal when a task feels tedious, the reflexive distraction when sitting with discomfort becomes possible, all automatic. The movement away from the unpleasant is already happening before any choice to avoid has been made. And this movement, compounded across 1,000 ordinary moments, is one of the primary engines of aversion. But the neutral feeling tone is in some ways the most consequential, and it is the least examined. When something feels neither pleasant nor unpleasant, the mind tends to disengage, to stop registering clearly what is present, to drift toward thinking about the past or future, or to reach for something that does have a pleasant quality: the phone, the distraction, the small stimulation that breaks the flatness of the neutral moment. This automatic disengagement is the movement through which confusion deepens, not through dramatic wrong decisions, but through the steady habit of not being fully present to what is actually here when it is neither pleasant nor unpleasant. Most of a life is lived in the neutral register, the vast middle ground between the moments of obvious pleasure and obvious pain. If the practice only addresses the obvious ends, the intense pleasure, the acute pain, it misses the territory where karma is most consistently created. The ordinary neutral stretch of an ordinary day, moved through on automatic, under the influence of conditioning that has never been examined. That neutral stretch is also the territory where the most durable habits are formed. Not the dramatic reactions to intense experience. Those are visible enough to sometimes be caught, but the steady, unremarkable movement through the flat middle ground of a day, the habitual reaching for stimulation, the habitual dimming of attention when nothing seems to demand it. This is where conditioning deepens most quietly, most reliably, and most consistently. The practice this teaching points toward is simple to describe and genuinely difficult to establish as a habit. It is the practice of noticing the feeling tone before the automatic response to the feeling tone completes itself. Not stopping the response. In the beginning especially, the noticing comes after the response has already run. The pleasant moment has already generated reaching. The unpleasant moment has already generated pushing. The noticing arrives late, but late noticing is still noticing. And noticing, even late, is the beginning of a different relationship to the sequence. What the noticing does, over time, is insert a sliver of awareness between the feeling tone and the automatic response. Not a gap large enough to make a decision, at least not at first. Just enough awareness that the sequence is no longer completely invisible. The feeling tone arises, and somewhere in the middle of the reaching or pushing that follows, a recognition forms. This is pleasant and the mind is reaching. This is unpleasant and the mind is pushing away. That recognition is not the same as the response. It is the beginning of the space between the feeling and what the mind does with it. There is a distinction that must be made clearly, because it is the most common misunderstanding in working with this practice. Noticing is not suppression. They feel different from the inside, but from the outside they can look similar. Both involve not immediately acting on the reaching or pushing. The difference is this: suppression holds the response down. Noticing sees the response clearly and, through the seeing, reduces its momentum. One is effort applied against the movement. The other is clarity applied to it. Here is a way to feel the difference from the inside. Suppression has a quality of holding or pressing, a sense of containing something that wants to move. You can feel the effort of it, the pleasant feeling being held away from, the unpleasant feeling being held down. The body tends to tighten. The effort tends to leak, eventually into something impatience, brittle calm, the sudden disproportionate reaction when the accumulation becomes too much. Observation has a different quality. There is no pressing. The feeling tone is allowed to be exactly what it is. The response to it is allowed to begin, and in the beginning, it is seen rather than stopped. The body stays relatively open. What is released through noticing is not suppressed into somewhere else. It moves through and completes itself without generating the next layer of the chain. Suppression creates its own problems. What is held down does not disappear, it accumulates. The person who suppresses pleasant reaching becomes brittle around pleasure. The person who suppresses unpleasant pushing becomes brittle around difficulty. The pressure builds. The practice of noticing does not hold anything down. It allows the feeling tone to be fully felt and the automatic response to be clearly seen. In that seeing, the response gradually loses some of its authority, not because it was defeated, but because it was no longer invisible. Adhimutta did not suppress the feeling of danger. The danger was fully present to him. The feeling tone of something extremely unpleasant was there. He did not push it away or pretend it was not what it was. He saw it clearly and stayed with it, and the next movement in the chain, the one that converts unpleasant feeling into the grasping panic of fear, simply did not follow with its usual automaticity. This is what the practice builds toward, not the elimination of feeling tones. They will continue to arise as long as there is experience, not the suppression of the responses they generate. Suppression, as will become clear, is not practice, but the gradually increasing clarity about what the feeling tone is and what it is not, what belongs to the situation and what the mind has added, where the experience ends and the story about the experience begins. Before going into what this looks like in ordinary life, it is worth pausing on why this practice, simple as it sounds, is so rarely what actually happens. The reason is speed. The feeling tone and the automatic response to it happen together in the same instant as a single event. By the time awareness arrives, the response is already running. The reaching is already underway. The pushing away is already in motion. The elaborate story about what the neutral moment needs in order to become more interesting is already half formed. To see the feeling tone before the response to it completes itself requires a kind of attentiveness that most people's minds are not accustomed to, not because it is difficult in any technical sense, but because it runs against the grain of habitual speed. The mind moves fast. The practice is to be just slightly faster than the habit. In ordinary terms, what this looks like is quieter than it sounds. A conversation that would usually produce a pleasant feeling tone, being agreed with, being admired, receiving good news, is met with a soft noting, pleasant, and in that noting, the reaching that usually follows is seen as reaching rather than lived through automatically. The pleasant feeling is still pleasant. Nothing is suppressed. The automatic movement toward more of it is visible as a movement, rather than invisible as simply what happens. A task that would usually produce an unpleasant feeling tone, criticism, tedium, physical discomfort, is met with the same soft noting, unpleasant. The unpleasantness is still unpleasant, but the movement away from it, the distraction, the avoidance, the story about what the unpleasantness means, is seen as a movement rather than lived through automatically. And the neutral stretches, the time between tasks, the gaps in conversation, the ordinary minutes of an ordinary day, are met with enough presence to register them as what they are, rather than passed through in the rush to find something more stimulating. This is a practice that can be taken up immediately in conditions that already exist. No special circumstances are required. No formal practice periods, though those help. The feeling tones are arising constantly with every conversation, every task, every moment of contact with any aspect of experience. Each arising is an opportunity to notice. It does not matter whether the arising is dramatic or unremarkable. The mechanism is the same in both. Each noticing is a small intervention in the automatic chain. Each intervention is wholesome karma being created, not through extraordinary action, but through the quality of attention brought to what is already here. The Satipatthana Sutta, the most detailed map of mindfulness practice in the Pali Canon, gives specific instructions for contemplating feeling tones. The practitioner is instructed to know, clearly and without elaboration, when a pleasant feeling tone arises, that a pleasant feeling tone is present. When an unpleasant feeling tone arises, to know that an unpleasant feeling tone is present. When a neutral feeling tone arises, to know that a neutral feeling tone is present. Nothing more. Not to analyze where the feeling came from. Not to judge whether it should be there. Not to imagine what it will lead to. Simply to know clearly what is present. That simplicity is genuinely deceptive. For a mind accustomed to elaborating every sensation into a narrative, staying with the bare knowing of pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral without immediately generating the next layer, requires real, sustained practice. But the instruction is simple because what it points toward is simple. The feeling tone is one thing. Everything added after it is something the mind has constructed from that feeling, shaped by conditioning, reinforced through repetition. See the construction clearly enough. See it as construction rather than as fact, and its authority over what comes next begins to loosen. In practice, this comes down to a moment repeated many times. Something arrives, a word, a silence, a task. A quality is present, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Can that quality be met right now, without the automatic movement toward or away from it? Not always, not immediately, but sometimes. And sometimes, treated as a beginning rather than a failure, is genuinely enough. He came slowly. An old man, body failing, the world narrowing around him for years. He sat with the Buddha and said something honest. I am old, I am sick, and I rarely get to be here anymore. He had not renounced the world. He had simply lived long enough in it that the world had begun to show him what it actually was. He came to see the Buddha and said something plain. He was old. His body hurt. It had been that way for a long time. He did not get to visit the teachers or the community as often as he would have liked. He missed it. He said all of this without complaint, exactly, more with the quiet honesty of someone who had stopped performing wellness. The Buddha's response was not comfort. It was a distinction. There is a quality to that response that differs from what most teachers offer to someone in pain. No suggestion that things might improve. No reassurance that meaning could be found in the difficulty. No teaching about what the illness might be making possible. Simply, yes, that is what a body is. You have understood something accurately. He said, yes, that is how it is. This body, the body any person carries, is fragile. It is prone to illness. Anyone who carries it and expects otherwise does not understand what a body is. That part of what Nakulapita described was true, would continue to be true, and there was nothing to be done about it. But then he said, even though the body is sick, do not let the mind fall sick as well. This was not encouragement. It was a teaching. The body's condition was given. The mind's condition was not. Nakulapita carried this home. Sometime later, Sariputta, one of the most gifted teachers in the community, found him and asked how things were. Nakulapita repeated what the Buddha had said. Sariputta saw that Nakulapita did not fully understand it, and he offered an explanation. A mind that is sick, Sariputta said, is a mind that identifies with the body. That believes the body is what you are. That takes the state of the body as the state of the self. So when the body is in pain, the self is in pain. When the body is weakening, the self is weakening. When the body moves toward death, the self moves toward death. The body's condition and the mind's condition have become a single merged thing, and whatever happens to one immediately happens to the other. A mind that is not sick is a mind that sees clearly. It sees the body as a condition, present, real, attended to, but not as what the person fundamentally is. The pain is fully felt. The weakness is not denied, but the mind observing those conditions is not identical with them. It is not collapsing into them. There is some space, however narrow, however fragile, between what the body is experiencing and what the mind is making of that experience. What Sariputta described is what this tradition calls acceptance. It is a precise term for a very precise thing, and it is nothing like what most people mean when they use that word. Most people hear acceptance and understand it as one of two things: being okay with what happened or giving up. Neither of those is what the teaching means. Acceptance, in this tradition, is precise seeing. It is seeing what is present exactly as it is, without adding to it, without subtracting from it, without insisting that it should be different. Not because things cannot change, not because effort is pointless, but because the mind that can see what is actually here, rather than what it wishes were here, or what it fears might arrive, or what it cannot stop going back to, is the only mind capable of responding usefully to what is actually here. Acceptance is not the same as approval. You can accept that something difficult is happening without approving of it. You can accept a situation you are working to change. What changes with acceptance is not the situation. What changes is the mind's relationship to the situation. The resistance, the sustained argument with the fact that this is how things currently are, is removed. And when the resistance is removed, the mind can actually look at what is in front of it. Most people operate with an implicit contract with experience. If I do what I am supposed to do, if I make good decisions, if I am careful enough, things will remain as I want them to be. This contract is never stated and never consciously made, but it operates constantly, and when it is broken, when the illness arrives, when the relationship ends, when the work fails, when the body declines, the mind responds not just to the difficulty, but to the violation. This should not be happening. I did not agree to this. The second layer of suffering in almost every difficult situation contains this unspoken protest. And the protest is not against the situation. It is against reality having terms different from the ones the mind agreed to. Acceptance is the release of the contract, not as defeat, but as accurate perception. Reality has never held still for anyone's expectations, and the mind that can finally see that clearly has stopped spending its energy on something that was never possible. The Buddha's teaching on impermanence, the observation that all conditioned things arise and pass away, that nothing that can change is permanent, that what is stable today will not be stable indefinitely, is the foundation of acceptance in this tradition, not as a philosophical position, but as something to be seen directly in experience. When the mind genuinely sees that what is present is impermanent, not as an idea, but as a felt reality, the grip on things being a particular way begins to relax. There is nothing to argue with. Impermanent things are impermanent. The argument with that is what generates suffering. Nakulapita's body was impermanent. He could see this clearly because he was old and had been watching the evidence accumulate for decades. The teaching the Buddha offered was not new information about impermanence. It was an invitation to see the impermanence already visible in his own experience without adding a second layer of suffering to it. The suffering of resistance, of identification, of treating the condition of the body as the verdict on the self. Here is the distinction that matters most, because it prevents acceptance from being confused with resignation. Accepting what is present does not mean accepting what will be. Accepting that a relationship is in difficulty right now does not mean accepting that it cannot improve. Accepting that the body is unwell today does not mean accepting that treatment is futile. Accepting that something painful happened does not mean accepting that nothing can be done differently in the future. What acceptance addresses is the present. This is happening now. This is the condition that currently exists. The mind can meet that condition clearly, without the additional suffering of arguing with its existence, and still act, still address, still work to change what can be changed. The person who cannot accept that a situation is genuinely difficult cannot work with it clearly. Their energy goes into the argument with the difficulty. The person who can accept that the situation is difficult as it is, without adding the layer of resistance, without the sustained insistence that it should be otherwise, has all their clarity available to actually respond to what is in front of them. Acceptance does not reduce agency. It is the precondition of all genuine agency. There is also a dimension of acceptance that is directed not at present conditions, but at the past. Not at what is happening now, but at what has already happened and cannot be changed, and is nevertheless still being carried. Most people carry something from their past that continues to generate the second arrow, an old decision that still produces self-blame, a role in a relationship or situation that produced harm, however unintentionally, a period of behavior that is out of alignment with who the person wants to be or has become. The event is over. The condition that caused it may have changed entirely, but the mind still holds the charge, still returns to the moment, still applies the verdict, still uses it as evidence. The acceptance the practice asks for here is not amnesia. It is not pretending the past was other than what it was. It is something more difficult and more useful, seeing the past as a condition that arose from the causes and circumstances that were present at the time, seeing that the person who acted then was acting from whatever understanding, whatever clarity or confusion, whatever pain or blindness was available to them, and releasing the continued insistence that a different person should have been present at that moment. There is also the accumulated self-criticism that has nothing to do with specific events, the general verdict many people carry about what kind of person they are, assembled over years from evidence that was real but interpreted through a particular lens. Insufficient, not enough, behind where they should be by now. These are not conclusions arising from fresh looking. They are narratives so old they feel like facts. They run below surface of most days, coloring experience with a baseline of quiet inadequacy, shaping what the mind reaches for and what it assumes it cannot have. Acceptance here means something specific, looking at the self that is actually present, not the self that should be present, not the self of a more flattering past, not the self that would emerge if enough effort were applied, and allowing it to be sufficient to begin from. Self-forgiveness in this teaching is not the absolution of behavior. It is the release of the charge maintained against the self for what the self did in different conditions. The behavior can be acknowledged fully. Its effects can be seen clearly. The question of how to act differently going forward can be taken seriously. None of that requires continuing to carry the weight of what is already over. The word equanimity carries associations in English that can make it seem less accessible than it is. It is sometimes heard as a kind of elevated state that advanced practitioners inhabit, a serene remove from ordinary experience, a practiced coolness toward experience that no longer allows anything to land. That version is not only unavailable to most people, it would not be particularly useful if it were. A mind so stable that nothing affected it would also not be very present. Equanimity in this teaching is not the absence of being affected. It is the stability that allows full contact with experience without that contact becoming destabilizing. Equanimity is what gradually develops from a mind that practices acceptance consistently. It is not a destination that is reached once and held. It is a quality that deepens as the practice deepens. Things are still felt fully. Losses are real losses. Difficulties are genuinely difficult. But the mind has developed enough ground beneath itself that these arrivals do not sweep it entirely. It can be moved without being knocked over. It can be in contact with difficulty without contracting entirely around the difficulty. Ajahn Chah, a Thai forest monk who taught widely in the 20th century, described this with a plainness that is still useful. If you let go a little, you will have a little peace. If you let go a lot, you will have a lot of peace. If you let go completely, you will have complete peace. This is not a teaching about detachment. Letting go, in this context, does not mean not caring. It means releasing the grip that turns caring into clinging. The parent who cares deeply for a child and lets the child live their own life. The person who works hard toward a goal and releases attachment to a specific outcome. The practitioner who feels the full weight of a difficult situation and does not add the argument with its existence to the weight. In each case, what is released is not the caring. What is released is the contraction, the holding on so tightly that the held thing cannot breathe, and neither can the one holding. The Ajahn Chah teaching points toward a practice that is not primarily done in formal meditation, though formal practice deepens it. It is done in the moments of ordinary life, where the grip is most habitual and least examined. The meeting that has been cancelled for the third time, the relationship that is not developing in the direction hoped, the body that is not recovering at the speed expected, the work that is moving more slowly than it needs to. In each case, the first arrow is present, the actual difficulty of the situation, and alongside it, in most people's minds, is the resistance, the sustained background sense that things should be different, that this level of cooperation from reality should not be necessary, that whatever needs to be done to make this situation more comfortable should have happened by now. Acceptance does not ask for the loss of the wish that things were different. It asks for the release of the sustained argument with the fact that they currently are not. Between those two things is the difference between wanting and contracting. In ordinary practice, this is what acceptance looks like, not as a grand spiritual achievement, but as a small, repeatable adjustment available in most moments. Something arrives, a piece of news, a person's behavior, a development in your own body, a direction the work is not going. The first movement in the mind is to note the feeling tone, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. The second movement, where acceptance becomes relevant, is what the mind does after that noting. The accepting mind registers what is present and holds it without immediately adding the layer of resistance or insistence. This is the situation. These are the conditions. What is actually here? Not, this should not be here. Not, how quickly can I remove this? Not, what does this mean about me or about the future? Simply, what is actually here, right now, in these conditions? One sign that acceptance is genuinely developing, rather than being performed, is a particular quality of tiredness that disappears. The tiredness of the argument. Most people do not realize how much energy is consumed by the sustained insistence that circumstances should be different, by the monitoring, the resisting, the managing of expectations about conditions that are already present. When that argument relaxes, even briefly, Something in the system rests that had not been resting. That orientation requires something from the mind that does not come automatically. It comes from practice, from repeated contact with the teaching on impermanence, not as an idea to hold, but as something to feel in the texture of experience, from the gradual recognition through repeated experience, not through reasoning alone, that the mind's argument with conditions costs more energy than the conditions themselves, from small, repeated experiences of allowing something difficult to be what it is, and discovering that being with it clearly is more workable than fighting it. Nakulapita went home from that conversation with Sariputta with something he had not arrived with. Not relief exactly. Something more reliable than relief, which depends on circumstances improving. A way of holding the difficulty of his situation that did not add the suffering of resisting the difficulty. His body was still what it was. The conditions had not changed at all. The mind relating to those conditions had. Acceptance, finally, is not the end of caring. It is the beginning of being able to act from a different place, from what is actually here rather than from the resistance to what is here. That action tends to be cleaner, less driven, more true, not because the situation has improved, because the mind engaging with it is no longer at war with it. The practice of acceptance is not a project that gets completed. It is a direction that the mind learns to move in, more readily over time, with less insistence on conditions, with greater capacity to be with what is present before deciding what to do about it. Like all the practices that have come before it in this teaching, it begins small and ordinary. The conversation accepted as it is rather than as it should be. The day accepted as it unfolds rather than as it was planned. The self accepted as it currently is, capable of more, genuinely working with what is available now. Accepting what you have done is one thing. Accepting what was done to you is another. He arrived in a rage, the kind that had been building on the way, the kind where you rehearse what you are going to say before you arrive, and the rehearsing makes the anger hotter, not cooler. His name was Akasaka. He was a Brahmin from a family that had recently lost several of its members to the Buddha's teaching. They had left the household life, joined the community, abandoned the social structures and religious traditions that Akasaka considered the proper shape of a life. He took this personally. He found it unforgivable, and he had come to say so directly, at volume, in public. The Buddha was seated with a group of people when Akasaka arrived. He did not wait for an opening. He began immediately. Insults, accusations, the specific kind of contempt that comes from someone who has been composing their grievance for long enough that it has become polished. The people around the Buddha would have recognized what was happening. Some of them would have shifted uncomfortably. The Buddha waited until Akasaka finished. Then he asked a question about food. When you have guests to your home, he said, do you prepare food for them? Yes, Akasaka said, of course. And if the guests do not accept the food, who does the food belong to? There was a pause. Akasaka saw where it was going before the next sentence arrived. To me, he said, it would remain with me. The Buddha said, you have brought me something today. I do not accept it. The silence after that was the kind that happens when something that seems certain suddenly becomes uncertain. Akasaka had come prepared to create a wound. He was leaving with his hands still full. What happened in Akasaka in that moment is not described in detail. The text moves quickly, but something shifted. You can tell because of what followed. Akasaka had come prepared for argument, for deflection, for the kind of careful reasoning that makes its recipients look defensive. He knew how to press forward when met with those. What he had no strategy for was the possibility that the thing he was delivering would simply not be received. He had come to create a wound. He was leaving with his hands still full. What happened next in the text is that Akasaka asked to hear more. He sat down. Something in the exchange had moved him, not toward agreement, not toward admiration, but toward a question he had not had when he arrived. What kind of mind does not accept insults? What is actually happening in a person who can sit with that kind of fury being directed at them and simply let it pass? The Buddha told him, but the teaching he gave that day was not primarily about how to receive anger. It was about what anger cost the person carrying it. Most people, when they think about resentment, think about it as a response to something that happened. An event produced a feeling. The feeling is justified. Carrying the feeling is the natural consequence of having been harmed. This framing locates the resentment in the past as an effect whose cause lies in what someone else did. The Buddha's teaching locates it differently. Resentment is not a response to the past. It is an action in the present. Every time the mind returns to the injury, replays the scene, rehearses the argument, maintains the charge against the person who caused the harm, that is a present tense action. That action has the quality of aversion at its root, and aversion-rooted action creates unwholesome karma, regardless of how legitimate the grievance behind it is. The legitimacy of the grievance is not the question. The question is, who is the karma landing on? The Dhammapada addresses this directly in verses that are among the oldest surviving articulations of what holding on to injury actually does. He abused me, he beat me, he defeated me, he robbed me. In those who harbor such thoughts, hatred will never cease. He abused me, he beat me, he defeated me, he robbed me. In those who do not harbor such thoughts, hatred will soon cease. The verses are structured deliberately. 4 times the harm is named. He abused me, he beat me, he defeated me, he robbed me. The repetition is not accidental. It is insisting that we look directly at what happened before the teaching begins. This is not a teaching for people who were not harmed. It is a teaching for people who were. The verses are often misread as asking people to pretend the harm did not happen. That is not what they say. The phrases are precise. He abused me. He beat me. He defeated me. He robbed me. Each line acknowledges that something real occurred. The teaching is not that the event was nothing. The teaching is about what happens in the mind that keeps returning to it. Harboring those thoughts is an activity. It requires ongoing mental labor. The person who revisits the injury is not passively carrying the past. They are actively generating present tense suffering from material the past provided. And the person at the center of that labor is not the one who caused the harm. It is the one doing the revisiting. This is what the food metaphor makes precise. Akasaka had prepared something and brought it a considerable distance. The preparation took effort. The journey took effort. The delivery took effort. And then the recipient did not take it. All of that accumulated energy had nowhere to go but back. Resentment works the same way. It is directed at someone, but what it costs is paid by the person directing it. The one who lies awake at 2 in the morning replaying the scene, adjusting the argument, delivering the response they should have delivered. That person is not tormenting the one who caused the harm. That person is tormenting themselves. The other party may be sleeping undisturbed. Now the question of what forgiveness actually is becomes sharper. It is not approval. Forgiving someone does not mean that what they did was acceptable. The harm was real. If the behavior was wrong, forgiving it does not make it right. The moral evaluation of the action and the decision about what to do with the charge in your own mind are two entirely separate things. One does not require the other. It is not reconciliation. Forgiveness is an internal act. It does not require contact with the person who caused the harm. It does not require their acknowledgement, their remorse, or their change. The relationship can remain exactly as severed as it needs to be. What changes is the quality of the mental formation you are maintaining in relation to it. It is not forgetting. The events that happened did happen. They may be worth remembering as information, as the basis for decisions about future contact, as part of an honest understanding of how things are. Forgiveness does not ask for the deletion of accurate memory. It asks for the release of the charge that keeps the memory hot. The charge is the thing. There is a physical quality to this that people sometimes notice before they name it. A tightening in the body when the person's name is mentioned. A change in the quality of attention when something associated with them appears. A slight bracing, as if for impact. That happens automatically and has been happening for so long it no longer registers as unusual. These are the signs of a charge that is being maintained. Not consciously, not deliberately, but maintained nonetheless, because the mind has learned to contract around this particular wound and has been contracting around it for long enough that the contraction has become the default position. The charge does not require active thought to persist. It runs on its own once established. What active thought does is supply the energy that keeps it running through the revisiting, through the rehearsed arguments, through the alternative versions of events where justice was delivered differently. Remove the revisiting, and the charge begins, gradually, to lose fuel. Forgiveness is the decision to stop feeding it, not to erase it, not to approve of what created it, to stop supplying the energy that keeps it alive. Before examining the cost, it is worth pausing on something the tradition acknowledges and does not attempt to argue away. The resentment is often accurate. The person did what they did. The evaluation that what they did was harmful, wrong, or a betrayal is often correct. The teaching does not ask for a revision of the moral evaluation. The harm was the harm. That is not in dispute. The cost of maintained resentment is rarely examined honestly because the resentment feels justified, and it may well be. The evaluation of what happened may be entirely accurate, but justified is not the same as costless. The fuel being burned in the maintenance of the charge is the fuel of present moment attention, present moment energy, present moment karma. All of that is being directed at a past event in a way that makes the past event more present in the mind than the actual present is. Metta practice, the cultivation of goodwill, is the specific tool the tradition offers for working with resentment toward another person. It is frequently misunderstood as requiring warmth or affection towards someone who caused harm. That misunderstanding makes it seem either saccharine or impossible, depending on the severity of the harm. Neither reading is accurate. The practice has a specific structure. It typically begins with directing goodwill toward oneself, not as a feel-good exercise, but as the establishment of a ground from which the rest of the practice can proceed. From there, it moves outward, toward people for whom goodwill is easy, then toward neutral people, then toward the difficult ones. The sequence matters. You do not start with the person who caused the most harm. You build the capacity first in easier territory. With difficult people, the phrases are often offered through gritted teeth, at least initially. The practitioner knows they do not feel what the phrases say. The point is not to manufacture the feeling. The point is to keep directing the attention in a specific direction rather than the direction it has been going. The aversion does not disappear immediately, but each repetition is a small interruption of the habitual movement toward it. The traditional phrases, "May you be well," "May you be safe," "May you be at peace," are not expressions of how the practitioner feels. They are the direction the mind is being trained to move, not toward warmth, away from aversion. The distinction matters because it makes the practice available in situations where warmth is genuinely not present and may never be. Metta towards someone who harmed you is not the generation of warmth or affection. It is the deliberate cultivation of non-aversion, the replacement of the aversion-rooted formation with something rooted in goodwill. Not goodwill as a feeling that has to be manufactured, but goodwill as an orientation that says, I am releasing the charge. I am no longer maintaining the combustion. Whatever happens to you is no longer something I am invested in directing. Self-forgiveness is the same practice directed inward, and it is in many ways the harder one. The resentment most people carry toward themselves has been maintained longer than most resentments toward others. It has more material to work with. It knows exactly which memories carry the most charge and can access them precisely when the mind is tired or exposed. And it disguises itself particularly well as accountability, as standards, as the reasonable refusal to let yourself off the hook for what you actually did. The distinction the practice asks for here is the same as the distinction it asks for in relation to others. The behavior can be acknowledged fully. Its consequences can be seen clearly. The commitment to act differently can be genuine and serious. None of that requires the ongoing charge. The charge is not accountability. It is punishment, self-directed, endlessly renewable, and fueled by the same aversion that any other resentment is fueled by. Akasaka asked what kind of mind does not accept insults. The answer the Buddha gave was not about advanced spiritual achievement. It was about a mind that has understood something precise about where things land when they are thrown. The insult was thrown. The Buddha watched it arrive, recognized it for what it was, and did not extend his hands. It returned. This is not suppression. The Buddha was not absorbing the anger and hiding its effect. He was not performing serenity while privately maintaining a charge. The teaching is not about managing reactions better. It is about understanding clearly enough what the arriving thing actually is, and where it actually goes if received, that receiving it becomes a choice rather than a reflex. One thing that makes forgiveness different from acceptance is that it tends to work more slowly. Accepting a difficult present condition can sometimes shift within a single moment of clear seeing. Forgiveness of a genuine harm takes longer, not because the practice is harder, but because the charge involved is usually older, more layered, more intertwined with the sense of self and what the harm says about it. That release is not a single moment. It is a practice, the same as every other practice described in these teachings. The charge returns. The mind goes back to the injury. The first thing is to notice it returning, not with judgment, but with the same quality of noticing that was described in relation to feeling tones. The resentment arises. This is unpleasant. The mind is moving toward aversion, seen. And in the seeing, the feeding stops. Not permanently, not finally, but for this moment. The charge was running. The noticing interrupted it. That is the complete sequence. It requires no additional effort, no forcing of feeling, no performance of release, just the noticing clearly enough that the automaticity of the charge is briefly visible as automaticity, and then again in the next moment when it returns. There is a specific moment in the practice that practitioners sometimes describe not as a dramatic release, but as a quiet noticing. The charge was present. Then, for a moment, it was not. The memory of the harm was there, but the firing around it was absent. The event was the same event, but the person relating to it had, for that moment, stopped maintaining the formation that made every contact with it painful. That moment is available more often than most people realize. Not permanently, not finally, but more often. The chain has two ends. One is attached to what happened. The other is attached to whoever is still carrying it. Forgiveness does not change what happened. Nothing does. It changes who is still attached to it, and at what cost. Releasing what happened is one practice. Living what is here is another. The cloth was white when the Buddha handed it to him. By the end of the first day, it was grey. His name was Kulapanthaka. He had been in the community for 4 months and could not memorize a single verse. Not one. His brother, also a monk, a capable one, had tried to teach him and eventually given up. The conclusion was stated plainly. You are not suited for this. Go back. Chulapanthaka was sitting by the road, crying, when the Buddha found him. He was not crying because he wanted to leave. He was crying because he had wanted to stay and had been told he could not. The community was the only life that had ever made sense to him. The teachings, even the ones he could not memorize, had pointed at something real. And now the person whose opinion carried the most weight in his world, his own brother, who had succeeded where he had failed, had made a practical assessment and delivered it without cruelty and without mercy. The words were accurate. He had failed at the one thing required of him. There was no argument to make. The Buddha did not offer reassurance. He did not argue with the brother's assessment or tell Kulapanthaka he was wrong about himself. He gave him a clean white cloth and an instruction so simple it seemed like nothing. Sit here. Hold this. Repeat these 2 words. Removing dust. Removing dust. That was it. No teaching, no explanation. Just the cloth, the hands, the words. Kulapanthaka sat. He held the cloth. He said the words and moved the cloth through his hands. Hour after hour, the cloth grew grey. He noticed it growing grey. And at some point, not through reasoning, but through the simple act of looking at what was in his hands, he saw something he had not expected to see. The cloth had been clean. He had seen it clean. Now it was dirty. The dirt was not coming from the floor or the air. It was coming from his hands. He had understood the instruction as being about external dust. But the dust coming off his hands was not that kind of dust. It was the residue of what the mind carries when it moves through the world, reacting to everything it meets, reaching, pushing away, mistaking the surface of things for what they are. That was the dust. And it was leaving his hands slowly through the act of attending completely to one simple thing. The teaching did not need to be understood before the practice worked. Understanding came through the practice, not before it. This is what Kulapanthaka's brother had missed. He had been measuring his brother's capacity by the ability to hold words. The capacity that mattered was different, the ability to be fully here, with what was actually happening, without the mind running ahead of itself into analysis, or falling behind into self-judgment. Kulapanthaka had that capacity. He simply had not known it was the one required. He did not become awake that day through knowledge. He had no new knowledge. He became awake through the quality of attention he brought to a cloth in his hands, full, uninterrupted, present to exactly what was happening and nothing else. Now all of it comes back to ground. The teaching on intention showed that karma is the quality of mind behind the action, not the action itself. The 3 roots showed what that quality is made of: craving, aversion, confusion, and what their opposites look like when they run instead. The teaching on Sitana showed that intention is not only the deliberate choice, but the entire orientation of the mind in the moment, including orientations it is not aware of. The 2 arrows showed that the first arrow, unavoidable difficulty, does not determine suffering. The second arrow does. And the second arrow is optional. The feeling tone showed the mechanism, the precise point in the chain where the automatic response begins and where it can be interrupted. Acceptance showed what the mind needs to stay with what is present without fighting it. Forgiveness showed what happens when the fight is with a person, a specific act, a charge maintained long past the original event. Wholesome karma is not a separate practice. It is not something you do in addition to living your life. It is the quality of mind you bring to what you are already doing, the meeting you are already in, the task already in front of you, the conversation already happening, the difficulty already present. Most people, when they think about improving the quality of their actions, think about the significant ones, the important decision, the difficult conversation they have been avoiding, the moment of genuine ethical weight where the right choice is not obvious. These moments matter, but they represent a fraction of the karma created in any given day. The larger portion is created in moments that do not feel significant at all. The quality of attention brought to a task when no one is watching. The words used to a person who has no power to reward or punish the speaker. The thought held about someone who is not present. The reaction to a small inconvenience that nobody will remember. This is where the wholesome mind is built, or not built, across the ordinary texture of a life. The difference between wholesome and unwholesome karma in any given moment is not what is being done. It is what the mind doing it is rooted in, whether craving is running the action, the need for a particular result, the management of how you appear, the subtle reaching for something that is not yet here, whether aversion is running it, the pushing away of difficulty, the avoidance of discomfort, the silent refusal of what is present, whether confusion is running it, the habit of seeing what conditioning expects rather than what is actually there. When those three roots are not driving the action, something else becomes available, not a special state. The mind that is simply here, clear, doing what it is doing because it is the right thing to do, not because of what it produces, not because of how it will be seen, not because of what it avoids. This is the most important thing in this entire teaching, and it is easy to miss because it sounds too simple. The wholesome mind is not a different mind. It is this mind, the one already here, already experiencing whatever is happening right now, operating from a different route. The question is not, how do I become a better person? The question is, what is running this moment? Is it craving, moving towards something that is not yet here? Is it aversion, pushing away what is? Is it confusion, mistaking the story for the situation? Those three questions, asked honestly in an ordinary moment, are the whole of the practice. Mindfulness is the practice that makes this possible with increasing consistency, not the version that has been most widely distributed, the stress reduction version, the 10 minutes of calm before the day begins. The precise version, the kind the Satipatthana Sutta describes, knowing clearly and directly what is present in the mind right now. When craving is present, knowing that craving is present, not labeling it from a distance, but recognizing it from inside. When aversion is present, knowing that aversion is present. When clarity is present, knowing that clarity is present. When a familiar story is assembling itself around an experience, catching it in the assembling rather than after it has completed. This precision changes what the mind can do with what arises. A craving that is not seen becomes an action. A craving that is seen clearly is a craving, something that arose, something being noticed, something that does not have to complete its trajectory automatically. The seeing is not the suppression. The craving is allowed to be fully present. What the seeing does is break the automaticity. The gap between arising and response widens slightly. Not always enough, but sometimes enough. The Satipatthana Sutta instructs the practitioner to be present in the body, in sensation, in mental states, and in the nature of experience as it arises and passes. Not to think about these things, to know them directly as they are happening. Walking, knowing you are walking. The irritation arising in a conversation, knowing it is arising before it has fully shaped what comes out of your mouth. There is a quality that develops in a mind that practices this consistently. The tradition describes it through 7 factors, not as stages to achieve, but as qualities that appear and reinforce each other when practice is genuinely happening. The first is the mindfulness itself, the clear knowing, not knowing about, knowing directly, right now, what is present. From that comes investigation. The mind that is genuinely paying attention naturally sees more clearly the structure of what it is attending to, not through analysis, through direct observation of what arises and passes. From investigation comes energy, not forced effort, but the quality of genuine engagement. A mind actually paying attention is not bored or listless. It is awake to what is here. It does not need to be persuaded to continue. What it is doing is genuinely interesting because it is real. From that engagement comes a quiet quality of aliveness, more like being genuinely present than like excitement. From that quality comes tranquility, the settling that happens when the energy of practice is no longer forced. From tranquility comes concentration, the capacity to stay with what is actually here without constant interruption. And from concentration comes equanimity, the stability that allows full contact with experience without being swept by it. The capacity to be fully in what is happening while remaining, somehow, the one it is happening to. These 7 qualities are not a checklist. They are a description of what a mind that is genuinely practiced looks like from the inside. Compassion is what emerges from this quality of seeing. The tradition presents it as a natural result of clear seeing, not as a separate practice to be added on. When the mind sees clearly how suffering arises, not as an abstract principle, but as something visible in direct experience. The response to seeing the same mechanism in another person is not judgment. It is recognition. That person is running what you have run. They are caught in what has caught you. This is why the tradition does not teach compassion as an ethical obligation. It does not say, try harder to care about people. It teaches clear seeing. The compassion follows from the seeing, not from the effort to feel it. In practice, this can arrive in small moments. The person in the meeting who is difficult, whose defensiveness or dismissiveness is familiar because you have seen the same thing operating in yourself under different conditions. The recognition is not warm. It is not affectionate. It is simply accurate. That person is in pain. The behavior is pain protecting itself. You have been in pain. You have protected it the same way. The contempt that would have been automatic gives way to something quieter. Not agreement, not approval, just the clear seeing of what is actually happening. In an ordinary day, all of this looks quieter than it sounds. It looks like noticing the urge to check the phone before picking it up. It looks like sitting with an uncomfortable silence in a conversation instead of filling it. It looks like the meeting where something is said that stings, and the sting is felt fully and named. This is unpleasant. This is aversion beginning before the response that protects against it has formed. It looks like waking from an automatic response, not before it happens, but during it, or just after, with enough presence to see what just rang. It looks like catching yourself building a case against someone, gathering evidence for a verdict already reached, and noticing the construction while it is happening. None of these require a particular state. They require noticing. These are not moments of spiritual achievement. They are the actual texture of the practice. Most of them happen privately, invisibly, in the middle of situations that would look completely ordinary to anyone watching. This is what makes the practice democratic in a way that few practices are. It does not require intelligence. Kulapanthaka could not memorize a verse. It does not require particular circumstances. The cloth was a piece of ordinary fabric. It does not require a teacher present or a community around you or the right mental state before you begin. It requires only that you attend fully to what is actually in your hands right now. Wholesome karma does not accumulate like money in an account. It is not stored and retrieved. It is created in real time, in the moments where the mind meets what is present and responds from clarity rather than from conditioning. That moment is available right now, and right now, and again right now, not as a destination, as this, whatever is here, seen clearly, responded to from what is actually present rather than from what conditioning says should be present. Kulapanthaka's cloth was ordinary. The instruction was simple. The dust it removed was the accumulated residue of every moment the mind had moved through experience without fully arriving. Every time it reached before it looked, every time it pushed away before it understood, every time it ran a story in place of direct contact. The cloth received all of that, slowly and incompletely, in the way practice actually works rather than the way we imagine it should. Not through sudden transformation, through the ordinary accumulation of moments of genuine attention, each one small, each one adding to a quality of mind that shows itself not in the significant moments, but in the texture of the ordinary ones. The wholesome mind is not somewhere ahead of you. It is present in every moment you choose to look clearly at what is in your hands, rather than at what you wish were there, or what you are afraid might arrive, or what happened the last time you held something like this. That moment is available right now. The quality of attention he brought to the cloth was the practice. That quality is available to anyone, in any moment, with whatever is already in their hands. Think of the moment this video started with. Something not going as planned. A situation that arrived without warning and demanded something from the mind that was not ready for it. That moment will come again. Not the same situation, but the same kind of moment. The phone call that changes the afternoon. The conversation that does not go the way you expected. The difficulty arriving in ordinary clothing, the way it always does. The mind that has practiced meets that moment differently, not because it has become a different mind, because it has learned to see what is running it. Whether craving is reaching before the situation is even understood, whether aversion is already moving away before the full weight of what has arrived is felt, whether the old story is assembling so automatically that it completes before any choice was possible. Seen clearly, not always, not perfectly, but more often over time, those three roots begin to lose their grip on the next moment. Not through force, through the clarity that the practice builds in ordinary conditions, in ordinary moments, in the actual texture of a life. This is what all of it was pointing at, not a state to arrive at. The mind that is always already here, beneath the reaching and the pushing, beneath the old patterns running themselves. You are not someone karma is happening to. You are the mind that was always here, already shaping what comes next. Even now.
Does it ever feel like you're a marketing professional just speaking into the void? But with LinkedIn ads, you can know you're reaching the right decision makers. A network of 100.
You're already exhausted, and the day hasn't even started. Not from working too hard, not from doing too much,
Doing too
but from
much,
something
man.
quieter, something most people never name. You give pieces of yourself to people who don't even notice. You argue with those who will never understand. You explain yourself to people who've already decided what you are. You shrink to make others comfortable. You apologize for things that aren't your fault. You say yes when everything inside you is screaming no. And here's the part that breaks you. You know you're doing it. You can feel yourself disappearing, piece by piece, day by day. Most people think the answer is learning to value yourself more, to believe you're worthy, to finally see your own worth. But what if that's the trap? The Buddha traced this exhaustion to its root. The problem isn't that you don't value yourself enough. The problem is believing there's a fixed self that needs valuing in the first place. That belief, that illusion, is what's been draining you all along. Over the next 3 hours, we're not building your self-worth. We're examining the mind that keeps searching for it. And near the end, we'll explore why karma doesn't work the way most people think, why it's not about deserving, but about something much more honest. If your peace was a temple, why do you let everyone walk through it with dirty feet? This isn't about becoming stronger. It's about seeing clearly what's been making you feel weak. The seeing itself is where freedom begins. There's a particular kind of chase that never ends. You work harder, achieve more, give endlessly, and still, the finish line moves. You look for proof of your worth in someone's eyes, in their words, in the way they choose you over someone else. And for a moment, when they do choose you, when they validate you, there's relief. But it doesn't last. By the next morning, sometimes by the next hour, the feeling returns, that quiet voice saying, "You're still not quite enough." This isn't weakness. It's not a personality flaw or a sign that something is fundamentally wrong with you. It's what happens when the mind believes it's incomplete and needs something outside itself to become whole. Watch how it works. Someone doesn't text back, and immediately the mind spins. What did I do wrong? Am I too much? Not enough? You replay conversations, searching for the moment you became unworthy of a response. Or someone offers criticism, and instead of hearing feedback, you hear confirmation of what you've always suspected, that you're not quite right, not quite good enough. The exhaustion comes from this constant measuring yourself against others, against who you think you should be, against some imagined version of yourself that never makes mistakes, never feels small, never needs reassurance. You become someone building a case against yourself, and the evidence feels overwhelming because the mind has been trained to notice every flaw, every failure, every moment of falling short. And here's what makes it so painful. You know, somewhere deep down, that this chase doesn't work. You've been chosen before, and it didn't fix the feeling. You've achieved things and the satisfaction evaporated by evening. You've had people tell you you're enough, and you didn't believe them. Because the problem was never actually about what they thought. It was always about the story running in your own mind. There's an old story from China, from the 9th century, about a monk who came to Master Joshu seeking the deepest teachings. The monk had traveled far to reach Joshu's temple. He had heard that this master could show him the way to awakening, could give him what he'd been searching for through years of practice and study. When he finally arrived, dusty from the road and eager to begin, he approached Joshu and said, "I have just entered the monastery. Please teach me." Joshu looked at him with calm, clear eyes. "Have you eaten your rice porridge?" he asked. The monk was confused. This was not the profound teaching he had expected. "Yes," he said, "I have eaten." Joshu nodded. "Then go wash your bowl." And in that moment, something opened in the monk's understanding. This story is so simple it seems almost empty. But that simplicity is the point. The monk came looking for something special, something extra, some teaching that would finally make him complete. He was like most of us, convinced that awakening, peace, wholeness exists somewhere else, in some future moment, in some teaching he hasn't yet received. Joshu didn't give him another thing to carry. He pointed him back to what was already here. You've eaten. Now, wash your bowl. Do the next simple thing. Be present with what is. The monk's bowl was already complete. It didn't need to become a better bowl, a more spiritual bowl, a bowl worthy of a great master's attention. It just needed to be washed. And in the washing, if done with full presence, there is everything. Your life is the same. You come to these teachings, to these moments of reflection, looking for something that will finally make you enough. But you're like the monk, asking for teaching while standing in the middle of your own completeness. You've eaten your rice. Now wash your bowl.
Wash your fucking bowl.
Be here, fully, without needing to be more than this. The feeling of not enough comes from a mind that's always looking ahead, always comparing, always convinced that wholeness exists somewhere other than here. But Joshu is saying, stop searching for something extra. Just be present with what's in front of you. This brings us to what the Buddha understood about this restless mind. The feeling of not enough doesn't come from reality. It comes from a pattern the Buddha observed carefully, the mind's tendency to take simple moments and spin them into elaborate stories about self and other, good and bad, enough and not enough. Here's how it happens. Something occurs. Someone doesn't respond to your message. You make a mistake at work. You see someone who seems more confident than you. These are just events, neutral in themselves. But the mind doesn't experience them as neutral. Immediately, perception arises and labels the experience. The mind takes the neutral event and layers meaning onto it. This means something about me. This reveals something about my worth. Then comes the proliferation. One thought leads to another, leads to another. They didn't respond. I must have said something wrong. I always do this. Why am I like this? Everyone else knows how to communicate properly. What's wrong with me? What started as a simple moment, no text response, has become an entire narrative about your fundamental inadequacy. And here's the crucial part the Buddha taught. This proliferation happens because of a deeper belief. The mind is convinced there's a solid, permanent self that can be judged as enough or not enough. This attachment to the idea of a fixed self drives all the suffering that follows. Every time you think, I am not enough, you're actually reinforcing two illusions at once. First, that there's a solid I, unchanging, permanent. separate from everything else. Second, that this I has some measurable quality called enoughness that can be evaluated. But when you look closely at your actual experience, where is this solid self? Your body changes constantly. Different cells, different sensations, different energy from moment to moment. Your thoughts arise and dissolve like clouds. Here one instant, gone the next, not one of them permanent. Your feelings shift throughout the day, content in the morning, anxious by afternoon, calm by evening. Your sense of who you are changes depending on who you're with, what you're doing, even how much sleep you got. What you call yourself is more like a river than a rock, constantly flowing, with no solid thing you can point to and say, this is the essential me. And if there's no solid, unchanging self, then what exactly is not enough? The Buddha taught that clinging to the idea of a permanent self is the root of this suffering. Because once you believe there's a fixed you, that you must be defended, improved, proven. Every moment becomes a test. Every interaction becomes an opportunity for judgment. Every day becomes an exhausting effort to maintain the image of someone who deserves to exist. But this self you're trying so hard to prove, it's a pattern the mind creates through habit. These conditioned patterns arise based on past experiences and repeat until seen clearly. The pattern goes like this. An event happens. Perception labels it as threatening to self. The mind proliferates stories. Feelings of inadequacy arise. And the mind takes all of this as evidence of a real, solid self that truly is not enough. Then that pattern gets stronger, more automatic, until it's running in the background of almost every experience. But patterns can be seen, and in the seeing, they lose their grip. Right now, just for these next few breaths, notice something. As you're listening to this, is there any part of your mind trying to determine if you're understanding it correctly? Any subtle measuring happening? Am I getting this? Am I doing this right? Should I be feeling something different? That's the pattern. That's the mind's habit of turning even this moment into an evaluation of your adequacy. Can you just notice it without trying to fix it or make it go away? Not, I shouldn't be doing this. Not, I need to be more present. Just, there's that pattern again, the measuring mind. In that simple noticing, you're the awareness that sees it happening. And that awareness doesn't need to prove anything. It doesn't need to be chosen or validated. It's already here, already whole, already complete, like Joshu's bowl after the meal. You don't need to become more aware. You don't need to improve your awareness or make it spiritual or worthy. You just need to notice. Awareness is already present, already functioning, already seeing these words, hearing these sounds, feeling the sensation of breath moving in and out. This noticing is the beginning of freedom. Not freedom from ever feeling not enough again. That feeling will still arise because the mind has deep habits. But freedom from believing the feeling tells you the truth about who you are. Freedom from organizing your entire life around proving it wrong. The monk asked for teaching, and Joshu said, "Wash your bowl." He was pointing to something the monk already had, but couldn't see because he was too busy looking for something more. You are the same. Not broken, not incomplete, not fundamentally lacking. Just here, in this moment, like the bowl that's been used and now needs washing. Simple, present, whole. The chase for external validation was never going to work. Not because you don't deserve validation, but because what you're truly seeking can't be given by anyone else. It can only be recognized here in the simple presence that's been with you all along. You know that feeling when someone misunderstands you, and suddenly you're talking faster, explaining harder, trying to make them see what you actually meant. Your words pile up like evidence in a trial. You're presenting your case, showing your good intentions, proving you weren't trying to hurt anyone, or be difficult, or fall short of expectations. And with each sentence, you can feel your energy draining away. Here's what makes it so tiring. Most of the time, they've already decided. The person demanding explanations has often made up their mind about who you are, what you meant, why you did what you did. Your words aren't changing their view. They're just exhausting you. Watch how it happens. Someone judges your choice, and immediately you feel that pull, the need to justify, to list reasons, to make them understand it made sense. Someone questions your character, and you find yourself recounting your history, your struggles, your intentions, as if the right combination of words might finally make them see the truth. But the truth is, some people aren't interested in understanding. They're interested in their version of you, the one that fits their narrative, confirms their assumptions, justifies their judgment. No amount of explaining will ever be enough, because they're not listening to you. They're listening to the story they've already written. This isn't about them being bad people. It's about something more fundamental, the human tendency to see what we expect to see, to interpret through the lens of our own conditioning, to make others fit into boxes that make sense to us. When you understand this, something shifts. You realize that explaining yourself repeatedly isn't communication. It's a kind of begging to be seen correctly, understood fully, judged fairly. Deep in the forest monasteries of Thailand, there was a monk who lived simply in a small hut on the edge of a village. One morning, a villager passed by the monk's hut at dawn and saw a young woman leaving. By midday, the entire village was talking. By evening, they had decided the monk had broken his vows, betrayed his practice, proven himself to be a fraud. A group of villagers came to confront him. They stood outside his hut, voices raised, demanding he explain himself. How could he disgrace the robes he wore? How could he lie to them about his commitment? What did he have to say for himself? The monk sat quietly, listening. When they finished, he looked at them with calm eyes and said simply, "You have seen what you have seen." That was all. No defense, no explanation, no attempt to correct their perception or prove his innocence. Just acknowledgement of what they believed they witnessed. The villagers left, angry at his refusal to defend himself. They decided this silence was proof of guilt. For weeks they avoided him, spoke harshly about him, warned others not to support such a charlatan. Then one day, the young woman returned to the village. She had been walking through the forest at night, fleeing from a dangerous situation in another town. She saw the monk's hut, knocked desperately, asked for shelter until sunrise. He had given her tea, let her rest safely by the fire, and sent her on her way at dawn with food for her journey. Nothing more had happened. When the villagers learned the truth, they returned to the monk, ashamed. They apologized profusely, explained they had misunderstood, asked for his forgiveness. The monk looked at them with the same calm eyes and said simply, "You have seen what you have seen." In their misunderstanding, he hadn't defended himself. In their apology, he didn't need validation. Both their judgment and their praise moved through him like wind through an open window, present for a moment, then gone, leaving no mark. This story isn't about being cold or distant. It's about understanding something the Buddha taught. Not everything requires a response. The monk could have explained. He could have told them about the woman's fear, her need for safety, his commitment to compassion for all beings, regardless of appearances. He could have presented evidence, built his case, proven his innocence. But he understood what most of us forget. Explaining doesn't create understanding. Understanding comes from someone's willingness to see clearly, to question their assumptions, to look beyond their first interpretation. If that willingness isn't there, your words just become more evidence for the story they've already decided to believe. The Buddha himself practiced this kind of silence. When people asked him questions that couldn't be answered, questions designed to trap him in philosophical debates or force him into positions they could attack, he simply remained silent. Not out of arrogance or superiority, but out of wisdom. He understood that some questions aren't asked in genuine seeking. They're asked to confirm what someone already believes, to justify their judgment, to create conflict where clarity could exist. The Buddha taught that wise speech has 4 qualities. It must be true, beneficial, timely, and spoken with kindness. Notice what's not on that list. It doesn't need to defend you, prove you right, or change someone's mind about you. Sometimes the most loving thing to say is nothing at all. Not because you're too proud to explain, but because you recognize that this moment doesn't call for words. This person isn't in a place to hear you, or the explanation would only create more entanglement, or your peace matters more than being understood. This isn't about building walls or refusing to communicate. It's about recognizing the difference between genuine misunderstanding that can be resolved through conversation and fixed perception that no amount of words will shift. Think about the last time you explained yourself to someone who wasn't really listening. How did it feel afterward? Not relieved, usually. More tired, more frustrated, because you were trying to hand them understanding and they weren't interested in receiving it. The monk in the forest understood this. He wasn't protecting his reputation or proving his innocence. He was protecting his peace. He recognized that their judgment, while painful, was their story about him, not the truth of who he was. And that their later praise was also just their story, equally unrelated to his actual nature. Both the accusation and the apology moved through without sticking because he wasn't identified with either one. For the rest of today, try something. Notice when you feel the urge to explain yourself. Not when someone asks a genuine question. Answer those. But when you feel that pull to justify, to defend, to prove you weren't wrong or bad, or less than they think. Just notice it. You don't have to change anything. Don't judge yourself for wanting to explain. Just, there's that urge again. Feel where it lives in your body. Often it's a tightness in the chest, a pressure in the throat, a slight panic that says, they need to understand. They need to see the real me. And ask yourself gently, will explaining actually create understanding here? Or am I just exhausting myself trying to change a mind that's already made up? If you're someone who over-explains, you're not alone. Probably half the people listening right now just felt that tightness in their chest, that familiar urge to make others see their good intentions. It's not a flaw. It's a pattern that developed, often in childhood, when being understood felt like the difference between safety and rejection. But you're not that child anymore. You don't need everyone to understand you to be safe. You don't need to justify your existence to people who've already decided what to think. The freedom comes not from perfecting your explanations, but from releasing the need to give them. Like the monk in the forest, you can meet judgment with quiet presence. You have seen what you have seen. You can meet praise the same way. Neither one defines you. Neither one requires your defense or your gratitude beyond simple acknowledgement. This is what the Buddha meant by wise speech. Not more words, but right words at the right time for the right reason. And sometimes the right word is silence, not hostile or cold, but spacious and free. The peace you've been seeking through all that explaining, it was never in making them understand. It was always in understanding that you don't need them to. You've probably said yes when you meant no. Agreed to things that drained you because saying no felt cruel, selfish, wrong. Smiled through conversations that exhausted you because showing your real feelings might upset someone. This pattern has a name, though most people just call it being nice. You sacrifice your own needs to keep peace with others. You carry their emotions, their requests, their expectations, all while your own life gets heavier and smaller. The exhaustion isn't from the doing. It's from the constant betrayal of yourself. Every time you say yes when you mean no, you're teaching yourself that your needs don't matter as much as their comfort. Every time you smile through discomfort to avoid awkwardness, you're confirming that your truth is less important than their ease. And here's what makes it so painful. You believe you're being kind. You think this is what compassion looks like. Giving until you're empty, accommodating until you disappear, putting everyone else first until there's no you left to put anywhere. But watch what actually happens. You say yes to plans you don't want, then resent the person for asking. You take on more than you can handle, then feel bitter about the weight. You prioritize their feelings over yours, then wonder why you feel invisible in your own life. The resentment builds quietly, like water behind a dam. You don't mean for it to be there. You genuinely want to be generous, want to help, want to be the kind of person who shows up for others. But underneath the giving, something is dying. Your energy, your authenticity, your ability to feel joy in connection, because every connection has become a drain. And the people you're trying so hard to please, often they don't even know you're suffering. They take what you offer because you offer it with a smile, and they assume the smile is real. How could they know you're dying inside when you've become so skilled at hiding it? What makes this pattern so insidious is that it often started as something good. Maybe you learned early that being helpful kept you safe, that being agreeable made you lovable, that never asking for too much meant you wouldn't be a burden. Those strategies worked once. They protected you when you were small and had no other options. But now they're a prison disguised as virtue. In the forests of northeast Thailand, there was a teacher named Ajahn Chah who understood this tension between compassion and self-preservation. A young monk came to his monastery, eager to practice, but struggling with discipline. He would miss morning meditation, forget his duties, break minor rules repeatedly. The other monks grew frustrated, watching him receive the same teachings they followed diligently, yet continuing to disregard them. After weeks of this pattern, several senior monks approached Ajahn Chah. "Teacher," they said, "this monk is disrupting the community. He doesn't respect the practice. He should be asked to leave." Ajahn Chah listened quietly, then asked, "Where else will he learn?" The monks were confused. "But he's not learning here," one said. "He keeps making the same mistakes." "Yes," Ajahn Chah replied. "And each time he makes a mistake, life teaches him something about the consequences of carelessness. If we send him away now, he'll carry these patterns to the next place and the next, never understanding why he suffers. Here, at least, he's surrounded by people who practice what he's struggling to learn." The monks were still uncertain. "But what about our practice?" another asked. "His behavior affects all of us." Ajahn Chah nodded. "This is also true, which is why he'll continue to follow the same schedule as everyone else. He'll receive the same teachings, face the same expectations. What he does with that is his choice, and the consequences are his to experience." Then Ajahn Chah said something the monks didn't expect. "But if his presence truly prevents you from practicing, then you must examine your own mind. Why does his struggle disturb your peace? Are you practicing for your own liberation, or for the satisfaction of seeing everyone follow the same path at the same pace?" The young monk stayed. Ajahn Chah didn't lower the standards or make exceptions. The rules remained the same, the schedule unchanged, the teachings consistent. But neither did he cast the monk out for being imperfect. And something remarkable happened over time. The monk continued to struggle, continued to fall short, but he also continued to practice. He saw his own patterns more clearly because he wasn't exiled from the place that reflected them back to him. He learned slowly, painfully, through repeated failure and gentle correction. Years later, that monk became one of the most compassionate teachers in the lineage. Not because he was naturally disciplined, but because he understood struggle intimately. He knew what it meant to fail repeatedly and still be held in a container of firm kindness. What Ajahn Chah demonstrated was the possibility of holding two truths at once: care for the individual and care for the whole, including himself and the other monks. He didn't sacrifice the community's well-being to accommodate one person's struggles, but he also didn't sacrifice his compassion to maintain perfect order. He found the place where both could exist, where boundaries and kindness weren't opposites but partners. This story reveals something most people miss about compassion. Ajahn Chah didn't abandon the struggling monk, but he also didn't abandon the structure that supported everyone's practice. He held both: compassion for human weakness and respect for the boundaries that create safety for all. This is what the Buddha called the middle way. Before the Buddha's awakening, he tried two extremes. First, he indulged in every pleasure, seeking happiness through satisfaction of desires. It left him empty. Then he swung to the opposite extreme: severe asceticism, punishing his body, denying every need. This nearly killed him and brought no insight. Only when he found the middle path, neither indulgence nor punishment, did he discover freedom. He ate when hungry but didn't gorge. He rested when tired but didn't become lazy. He practiced with dedication but didn't destroy himself in the practicing. The same principle applies to how you relate to others and yourself. You don't have to choose between being a doormat or a wall, between sacrificing yourself completely or closing your heart entirely. There's a middle path where compassion flows but doesn't drain you, where you can be generous without disappearing. Think of it like this: a lamp can only give light if it has oil. If you pour out all your oil to fill everyone else's lamps, yours goes dark. Then you're no use to anyone, least of all yourself. But if you keep your lamp filled, you can share light endlessly without ever running dry. Thich Nhat Hanh taught this beautifully when he said, "Taking care of yourself is taking care of those you love." Not because self-care is selfish, but because you cannot offer from emptiness. You cannot give peace if you have no peace. You cannot share compassion if you show none to yourself. This doesn't mean becoming cold or self-centered. It means recognizing that your needs matter as much as anyone else's. That preserving your energy isn't selfish. It's necessary for sustainable compassion. The Buddha taught that all beings deserve compassion, and that includes you. Not as an afterthought, not if there's time left over after everyone else is taken care of, but as a fundamental part of the practice. When you abandon yourself to serve others, you're actually breaking the precept of non-harming. You're harming yourself, and that harm ripples out into everything you do. Look at Ajahn Chah's response again. He didn't let the struggling monk disrupt the entire community. He maintained the structure, the schedule, the expectations. But he also didn't cast him out for being imperfect. He held firm boundaries and soft heart at the same time. This is the balance most people never find. They swing between extremes, either giving everything until they collapse, or shutting down completely to protect themselves. But the middle path says you can stay open and boundaried simultaneously. You can love someone and still say no to them. You can care deeply about their well-being and still refuse to carry their responsibilities. You can be compassionate and still protect your peace. The key is learning to discern the difference between compassion and fear. Compassion says, I care about you, and I also care about myself. I'll help in ways that don't harm either of us. Fear says, I'll do whatever it takes to keep you from being upset with me, even if it destroys me. Compassion creates something sustainable. Fear creates resentment disguised as kindness. Before you say yes to the next request, try this. Take one breath. Just one full breath in and out. In that breath, ask yourself, is this coming from genuine care or from fear of disappointing them? Am I saying yes because it aligns with my values and capacity, or because I'm afraid of what no might cost me? You don't need elaborate criteria or complex rules. Just that moment of checking in with yourself before responding. Notice what happens in your body when you consider saying no. Does your chest tighten? Does anxiety spike? That physical response is information. It's showing you where fear lives, where the old pattern of self-abandonment wants to run the show. And notice what happens when you imagine saying yes from a place of genuine willingness versus obligation. One feels open, the other feels heavy. Your body knows the difference, even when your mind tries to rationalize. This isn't about never helping anyone, or becoming someone who only thinks of themselves. It's about learning to give from fullness rather than depletion, from choice rather than fear, from wisdom rather than habit. The Buddha taught that wise compassion includes yourself, not as an afterthought, not as something you get to if there's energy left over, but as an essential part of the practice. Because if you're running on empty, your compassion becomes contaminated with resentment. And resentful giving isn't actually kind to anyone. When you give from obligation, the recipient feels it, even if they can't name it. There's a subtle tension in obligatory kindness, a barely perceptible resentment that poisons the gift. But when you give from genuine willingness, from a place of having enough to share, the giving becomes joyful. Both people feel nourished instead of drained. Like Ajahn Chah with the struggling monk, you can hold space for others' imperfection while maintaining what keeps you whole. You can be patient with their journey while respecting your own limits. You can love without losing yourself in the loving. If you're still here, breathing with this, thank you. We're about halfway through now. If you need to pause and come back later, do that. This isn't going anywhere. The teachings will be here when you return. I'm curious, is it quiet where you are? Or can you hear life happening around you? Traffic, or voices, or the hum of the world going about its day? Either way is fine. Adjust your position if you need to. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. Take one full breath that's just for you. In the next section, we're going to talk about energy. Not the manifestation kind, not the cosmic kind, but something much more real and immediate. The actual attention and presence you give to your days and where it goes. But for now, just rest here for a moment. Notice that you're still breathing, still present, still here. You've probably noticed this. Some conversations leave you feeling lighter, more alive, even when they're difficult. Others drain you completely, even when they're pleasant on the surface. It's not always about the content or the person. Sometimes you can talk about heavy things and feel energized by the honesty. Other times you can discuss nothing important and feel utterly depleted. What makes the difference isn't mystical or mysterious. It's where your attention goes during those moments and what quality of presence you're bringing to them. Think of your attention like water in a vessel. You only have so much, and it flows toward whatever you focus on. Some things receive your attention and give nothing back. They're like cracks in the vessel, letting everything leak out. Other things receive your attention and somehow replenish you, as if the act of focusing on them generates more rather than less. Arguments that go nowhere are cracks in the vessel. Conversations where you're performing rather than connecting. Hours spent refreshing news feeds, each story pulling your attention into worry or outrage. or comparison. Relationships where you're constantly proving yourself, explaining yourself, defending yourself. These aren't bad people or wrong activities necessarily, but they're places where your attention pours out without return, leaving you emptier than you started. Then there are moments that somehow give back. A conversation where someone really listens and you really listen back. Work that absorbs you so completely, you forget to check the time. Quiet moments where your mind isn't racing, but simply present with what is. The difference isn't the activity itself. It's whether your attention is scattered or gathered, whether you're fully there or split between 10 different concerns, whether you're engaged or just going through motions. Most people live with their attention constantly leaking, half present in every conversation because they're thinking about what comes next, half engaged with their work because they're worrying about something that happened yesterday. Never quite here because here feels insufficient compared to some imagined elsewhere. And they wonder why they're always exhausted despite doing nothing particularly strenuous. It's not the doing that tires them. It's the constant leaking of attention in every direction, the mental energy spent being everywhere, except where they actually are. There's a story about this from Japan, about a Zen monk named Ryokan, who lived simply in a small hut at the base of a mountain. One evening, Ryokan returned from the village to find a thief inside his hut, searching frantically for something valuable to steal. But Ryokan owned almost nothing. A few robes, a bowl, some writing materials. Nothing worth stealing. The thief froze when he saw Ryokan in the doorway. He expected anger, confrontation, perhaps violence. Instead, Ryokan looked at him with gentle eyes and said, "You have traveled far to visit me, and I have nothing to give you." The thief was confused, wary, unsure if this was a trick. Ryokan removed his outer robe, the only thing of any value he possessed, and held it out to the thief. "Please, take this so you won't leave empty. Handed." The thief grabbed the robe and fled into the night, bewildered by what had just happened. Ryokan sat down outside his hut, now wearing only a thin underrobe, and looked up at the sky. The moon was full, luminous, casting silver light across the mountain. He sat there for a long time, just watching the moon. Later, he wrote a poem. "The thief left it behind, the moon at my window." And then, another line, "I wish I could have given him this beautiful moon." This story is often told as a lesson in non-attachment, and it is that. But it's also a teaching about attention and what we have to give. Ryokan didn't have material wealth to offer. He could have felt shame about that, could have apologized for his poverty, could have felt diminished by having nothing valuable in conventional terms. Instead, he gave what he actually had: presence, kindness, and most importantly, his attention to what was genuinely beautiful in that moment: the moon. He didn't drain himself trying to give what he didn't have. He didn't pretend to be richer than he was, or apologize for his simplicity. He gave his robe freely, without attachment, and then turned his attention to what was actually abundant: the beauty of the night, the moon's light, the peace of that moment. The thief took material goods and left. Ryokan kept his attention on the moon and remained rich. Most of us do the opposite. We have the moon. We have this moment, this breath, this present experience, but we're too busy wanting what we don't have to notice what's already here. We drain ourselves trying to give what we lack, while ignoring what we actually possess in abundance. The Buddha understood this deeply, and he taught a practice that's both simple and profound: right effort. Right effort isn't about forcing or straining. It's about directing your attention wisely, cultivating what serves your peace, and releasing what disturbs it. The Buddha described this as 4 practices, though they're really one practice with 4 aspects. First, prevent harmful thoughts and states from arising in the first place. This sounds difficult until you realize it's about awareness. When you notice the conditions that typically lead to worry, anger, or obsessive thinking, you can choose not to water those seeds. If you know that reading certain news sites sends you into spirals of anxiety, don't click. If you know that certain topics of conversation always lead to resentment, gently redirect. This isn't avoidance or denial. It's recognizing that you don't have to feed every mental state that wants to arise. Second, abandon harmful states that have already arisen. When you notice worry has already grabbed you, anger has already flared, or comparison has already started its work, you don't have to let it continue. This doesn't mean suppressing or denying what you feel. It means recognizing that you're caught in a pattern and choosing to release it. Sometimes that's as simple as naming it, "This is worry," and then deliberately shifting attention elsewhere. Third, cultivate helpful thoughts and states. Give your attention to what nourishes peace, clarity, compassion. When you notice gratitude arising, stay with it for a moment. When kindness appears, let it expand. When clarity comes, rest in it. Most people do this backwards. They give full attention to worry, Let it elaborate and proliferate. Follow every anxious thought to its conclusion. But when peace arises, they barely notice it before moving on to the next concern. The Buddha taught, whatever you frequently think about becomes the inclination of your mind. If you give most of your attention to worry, your mind becomes a worrying mind. If you give attention to what's actually okay right now, your mind becomes more at ease. Fourth, maintain the helpful states once they've arisen. This is where most people fail. They work hard to cultivate peace, then abandon it the moment it appears to chase the next problem. When you finally feel calm, stay there for a moment. Don't immediately think, what should I do now that I'm calm? Just be calm. Let it stabilize. Let your mind learn what calm feels like so it can return there more easily. These 4 efforts work together. You're not trying to control your mind or force it into some artificial state. You're simply directing your attention with wisdom away from what harms toward what heals. Think about yesterday. Where did most of your attention go? Not where your body was, but where your mind was dwelling. Were you present with what you were doing, or somewhere else entirely? Were you replaying old conversations, rehearsing future ones, comparing yourself to others, worrying about things not yet happened? And how did those mental patterns affect you? Did they make you more at peace or more agitated? More connected or more isolated? More clear or more confused? This isn't about judging yourself. It's about seeing clearly where your attention actually goes. Because once you see it, you can begin to redirect it. Try this for the rest of today. Notice what drains you and what nourishes you. Not in some abstract, spiritual sense, but concretely. Which thoughts, when you give attention to them, leave you feeling heavier? Which ones, when you dwell in them, make your chest tighten or your mind race? And which thoughts, which moments, which types of attention leave you feeling more settled? Where does your mind naturally find rest? What activities absorb you in a way that feels nourishing rather than draining? Make a mental note, or if it helps, write it down. Not to create rules or judgments, but simply to see the pattern. You might notice that worrying about whether people like you always leaves you feeling worse, never better. That replaying past mistakes never actually resolves anything, just circles endlessly. That comparing yourself to others creates suffering every single time. You might also notice that being fully present with simple things, washing dishes, feeling warm water, hearing birds, creates a kind of peace that all your striving never does. That genuine connection, even briefly, nourishes more than hours of surface interaction. Awareness itself begins to shift things. You don't have to force change or fight with your mind. Just seeing clearly where your attention goes creates space for it to go somewhere else. Like Ryokan with the moon, you already have something abundant to give your attention to. This moment is here. This breath is happening. Life is occurring right now, whether you're paying attention to it or lost in worry about some other time. The thief can take your possessions. Circumstances can take your comfort. Time can take your youth. But no one can take this moment unless you give it away yourself by refusing to be here for it. Where your attention goes, your life flows. Not someday, not eventually, but right now, in this exact moment. Choose wisely. When people talk about boundaries, there's often a hardness to it. A sense of walls going up, doors closing, hearts shutting down to protect themselves. I need boundaries starts to sound like I need armor. Buddhism teaches something more subtle than just building walls. It teaches discernment, the ability to see clearly who nourishes your growth and who undermines it, who calls forth your better nature and who triggers your worst patterns. This gets misunderstood constantly. People think discernment means deciding who's good enough for you, who meets your standards, who deserves your precious time. That's not discernment. That's ego wearing a spiritual mask. Real discernment is asking, who do I become when I'm with this person? Do I become more patient or more reactive? More honest or more performative? More at peace or more anxious? These questions aren't about the other person's worth. They're about the quality of interaction that arises between you and whether that interaction serves the path you're trying to walk. The Buddha said something that surprises most people when they first hear it. He said that admirable friendship, wise, supportive companionship with others on the path, is the whole of the holy life. Not part of it, not a helpful addition, the whole thing. When one of his monks suggested that spiritual friendship was maybe half of the holy life, the Buddha corrected him firmly. No, he said, it's the entirety of it. Because who you walk with determines where you end up. This isn't mystical. It's observable. Spend time with people who complain constantly, and you'll find yourself complaining more. Spend time with people who practice kindness, and kindness becomes more natural to you. You become like the people you spend time with, not because you're weak or easily influenced, but because that's how human minds work. We're shaped by what we're repeatedly exposed to, by the patterns that get reinforced in our daily interactions. So the Buddha taught, choose your companions with great care. Not because some people are worthy and others aren't, but because your companionship is one of the most powerful forces shaping who you become. Some relationships call forth your compassion, your patience, your wisdom. Even when they're difficult, even when there's conflict, something in the connection supports your growth. Other relationships, no matter how much you care about the person, consistently trigger your worst patterns. The question isn't who's better or worse. It's what serves the life you're trying to live. There's a story about this that most people know but often misunderstand. It's about a man named Angulimala, a serial killer who had murdered 99 people and wore a necklace of their fingers as trophies. The story focuses on the dramatic moment when Angulimala chased the Buddha through the forest, trying to make him his 100th victim. The Buddha walked calmly while Angulimala ran with all his strength but somehow couldn't catch him. Finally, exhausted and confused, Angulimala shouted, "Stop, monk." The Buddha turned and said, "I have stopped, Angulimala. When will you?" Those words broke something open in Angulimala. He realized the Buddha wasn't talking about physical movement. The Buddha had stopped running from himself, stopped running from truth, stopped the violence that comes from a mind at war with reality. Angulimala was still running, still trying to outpace his own suffering through violence. That moment transformed him. He became a monk, dedicated himself to practice, and eventually became enlightened. But here's what the story often leaves out. The Buddha didn't immediately make Angulimala his constant companion. After Angulimala's transformation, he lived at the monastery and faced the consequences of his actions. Villagers who had lost loved ones threw rocks at him when he walked for alms. The Buddha didn't protect him from that reality or insist everyone immediately accept him. The Buddha held two truths at once. Angulimala could transform, and Angulimala's past actions had created real harm that rippled through the community. Compassion didn't mean pretending the harm hadn't happened. This is the nuance most people miss when they think about compassion and boundaries. You can recognize someone's potential for change without giving them unlimited access to your life while they're still in their patterns. You can wish someone well without making yourself available for the harm they're not yet ready to stop causing. Some people are for loving from a distance, not because they're bad or unworthy, but because proximity to them consistently brings out patterns in you that you're trying to transform. Or because their current patterns create harm you're no longer willing to absorb. You can want good things for someone without being the person who provides those things. You can care about someone's well-being without being responsible for their healing. You can recognize that someone is struggling without making yourself available to be hurt by that struggle. This brings up guilt for a lot of people. The thought arrives, but shouldn't I be more compassionate? Shouldn't I be able to handle this? If that guilt is here for you right now, notice it. It's just another feeling arising, another thought pattern the mind has learned. Often that guilt was trained into you early, the belief that real love means endless availability, that boundaries mean you don't care enough. But the Buddha never taught that compassion means destroying yourself to help others. He taught the middle way, neither abandoning people nor abandoning yourself. You can hold compassion for someone's suffering and still recognize that your presence in their life, in this moment, isn't serving either of you. Sometimes the most honest thing you can offer someone is distance. The Buddha gave practical guidance. Associate with people who have integrity, who speak truthfully, who encourage your growth rather than your destruction. He specifically warned against spending time with fools, not because they're worthless, but because foolishness is contagious. Spend enough time with people who make poor choices, and you'll start making poor choices. Not because you're weak, but because that's how conditioning works. This teaching isn't about superiority or judgment. It's about honesty regarding how influence actually operates. So what does this look like practically? It means you might love your family member deeply and also recognize that every extended visit leaves you depleted for weeks. It means you might care about your old friend, but notice that every conversation circles back to complaint and blame, and that pattern is strengthening those tendencies in you. It means you can send someone loving kindness in your meditation practice, while also choosing not to answer their calls. You can genuinely hope for their healing, while recognizing you're not capable of being part of that process without harm to yourself. This isn't about cutting people off cruelly or burning bridges with pronouncements. Sometimes it's just quiet choices about where you direct your time and energy. Less availability, slower responses, shorter visits. The Buddha walked toward Angulimala when Angulimala was ready to stop. The Buddha's steadiness in that moment helped Angulimala see what stopping actually looked like. But the Buddha didn't chase Angulimala through the years he was killing, trying to convince him to change. You're not the Buddha, and you don't have to be. You're just a person trying to walk a path of less harm, more awareness, more peace. And part of that path is recognizing who supports that walking and who consistently makes it harder. The guilt you feel about creating distance, notice how it wants to override your direct experience of what actually happens in the relationship. The guilt says, you should be able to handle this. But your direct experience says, I become someone I don't want to be when I'm with this person. Trust your experience over your guilt. Spiritual friendship, the kind the Buddha said was the whole of the holy life, is mutual. It's relationships where both people support each other's growth, where the interaction brings out patience rather than reactivity, honesty rather than performance. That doesn't mean perfect relationships or people who never trigger you. It means relationships where there's enough trust and goodwill that conflicts can be worked through, where difficulties become opportunities for deeper understanding. You can't force that mutuality into existence. What you can do is notice clearly who actually supports your path and choose to walk more closely with those people. This is one of the hardest teachings to practice because it goes against so much of what we've been taught about loyalty, family, unconditional love. If it brings up resistance, that's normal. If it brings up sadness about relationships you've had to distance yourself from, that's normal too. The sadness doesn't mean you're doing it wrong. It means you're human, and letting go of connection, even connection that harms, is legitimately difficult. But notice, the sadness passes. The guilt eventually quiets. And what remains is more space for the relationships that actually nourish both people. More energy for the path you're walking. More clarity about who you're becoming. The Buddha chose his close companions carefully. Not everyone who wanted to be near him had that access. Not because he was exclusive or superior, but because he understood that who you walk with intimately shapes where you end up. You're allowed to understand that too. Most people hear the word precepts and think of rules carved in stone, commandments handed down, restrictions on freedom. The mind immediately starts calculating what you'll have to give up, what pleasures will be forbidden, how much harder life will become. But what if precepts aren't about control at all? What if they're simply descriptions of what a peaceful life actually looks like? Observations about what protects your clarity and what clouds it. The Buddha didn't create the precepts to restrict you. He observed how suffering works, what actions create more of it, and what actions reduce it, then offered these observations as trainings, practices you can take up voluntarily because you've seen for yourself that they lead to less harm. Think of them less like rules and more like maintaining a garden. You don't pull weeds because someone commanded you to. You pull them because you've noticed that when you don't, they choke out everything you're trying to grow. The precepts work the same way. They're not about earning points for good behavior or avoiding punishment for bad. They're about noticing what actually protects your peace and what consistently destroys it. When the Buddha taught the 5 precepts, he was teaching a kind of self-care that most people miss entirely. Not self-care in the sense of bubble baths and face masks, but self-care in the sense of not actively harming the vessel you're trying to live in. The first precept is about not killing, not harming living beings. On the surface, this seems obvious. Don't murder people. Don't torture animals. But look deeper and you see it includes not harming yourself. Every time you stay in a toxic relationship that's slowly destroying you, you're violating this precept. Every time you push yourself past the point of exhaustion because you believe rest is laziness, you're harming a living being, yourself. Every time you speak to yourself with cruelty you'd never use toward anyone else, you're engaged in harm. The precept isn't just, don't hurt others. It's, recognize that harm creates suffering, and choose not to create suffering when you can avoid it. That includes the suffering you create for yourself through neglect, overwork, or staying in situations that damage you. The second precept is about not taking what isn't given. Again, obvious on the surface. Don't steal. But extend it, and you see it also means not giving away what isn't yours to give. Your time isn't unlimited, so giving it all away to people who don't value it is a form of theft from your own life. Your energy isn't endless, so pouring it into things that deplete you is stealing from your own capacity to be present for what actually matters. This precept teaches discernment about exchange. Not everything given to you needs to be accepted, and not everything asked of you needs to be provided. Some requests are actually demands, some gifts are actually obligations, and recognizing the difference protects you from depletion. The third precept addresses sexual misconduct, which traditionally means not using sexuality in ways that cause harm. No adultery, no exploitation, no using intimacy as manipulation. But broaden it slightly, and you see it's about not betraying yourself for connection. How many times have you compromised your own boundaries, ignored your own discomfort, or silenced your own needs because you were afraid of losing intimacy? This precept asks, are you honoring yourself in how you connect with others? Or are you abandoning yourself, pretending to want what you don't want, agreeing to what doesn't feel right, all in the hope that if you're accommodating enough, someone will finally choose you. The fourth precept is about truthful speech, not lying, not using words to deceive or manipulate. Straightforward enough until you realize how often you lie to yourself. I'm fine when you're falling apart. It doesn't bother me when it's eating you alive. I can handle it when you're already drowning. These aren't just white lies to protect others' comfort. They're forms of self-deception that prevent you from seeing your own reality clearly. Truthful speech includes being honest with yourself about what you're actually feeling, what you're actually capable of, what's actually happening in your life. Without that honesty, you can't make wise choices because you're operating on false information. The fifth precept traditionally warns against intoxicants that cloud the mind. In modern interpretation, this extends to anything you use to numb yourself. Substances, yes, but also endless scrolling, compulsive working, chronic busyness, anything that keeps you from being present with your actual experience. Sometimes you need to check out. That's human. But when checking out becomes your default strategy for dealing with discomfort, when you can't sit with yourself for 5 minutes without reaching for a distraction, the precept is being broken. A clear mind doesn't mean a happy mind or a calm mind necessarily. It means a mind that can see what's actually happening, that isn't constantly running from itself, that hasn't numbed itself into oblivion to avoid feeling difficult things. Thich Nhat Hanh taught the precepts as trainings in mindfulness, not moral absolutes. Each one is an invitation to notice what creates suffering and what creates peace, then to align your actions with what you've noticed. The precepts aren't about perfection. You'll break them. Everyone does. The practice isn't never breaking them, but noticing when you do, understanding what led to that, and gently returning to the intention behind them. There's an old story that illustrates this perfectly. It comes from China, from when Buddhism was first arriving there and encountering different ways of thinking about spiritual practice. Emperor Wu was a devoted Buddhist, or thought he was. He had built temples, funded monasteries, copied sacred texts, supported thousands of monks. He had done all the right things, accumulated all the right merit. When Bodhidharma, a renowned Buddhist master, arrived in China, the emperor summoned him immediately. This was his chance to confirm what he already believed about himself, that his great deeds had earned him great spiritual merit. I have built temples and supported the Sangha extensively, Emperor Wu said. What merit have I accumulated from all these virtuous acts? Bodhidharma looked at him directly and said, "No merit." The emperor was shocked. "What do you mean, no merit? I've done all these things for the Dharma." "These are worldly achievements," Bodhidharma replied calmly. "They follow you like a shadow, but they are not merit. True merit comes from pure wisdom and a complete, perfect emptiness. It cannot be sought through worldly actions." "Then what is the highest meaning of noble truth?" the emperor demanded, frustrated now. "Empty, without nobility," Bodhidharma answered. "Who stands before me answering my questions?" the emperor asked, trying to regain his footing. "I don't know," Bodhidharma said. The emperor had no idea what to do with this. Bodhidharma left shortly after, crossing the river and sitting in meditation facing a wall for 9 years. This story is often told to show the difference between Bodhidharma's direct approach and the emperor's conceptual understanding. But it's also about what the precepts actually mean. The emperor thought following the precepts, doing good deeds, supporting the Sangha was about accumulating something, merit, virtue, spiritual points that would add up to enlightenment eventually. Bodhidharma was pointing to something else entirely. Living the precepts isn't about earning anything. It's not about becoming worthy or building up a spiritual bank account. It's simply living in alignment with what creates less suffering. You don't follow the precepts to become a good Buddhist. You follow them because you've noticed that harming others creates suffering in you, that lying requires you to maintain false stories that exhaust you, that staying in toxic patterns makes everything harder. The precepts are self-care in the deepest sense. They protect your clarity, your peace, your ability to see clearly and act wisely. Not because following them makes you special, but because they describe what a life of less harm actually looks like. So which precept, if you lived it fully, would most change your life? Maybe it's the first one, truly not harming yourself anymore, not staying in situations that damage you, not speaking to yourself with cruelty, not ignoring your body's needs until it breaks down. Maybe it's the second, not giving away your time and energy to things that don't give anything back, not depleting yourself to fill others' endless demands. Maybe it's the fourth, being honest with yourself about what you're feeling, what you need, what's actually happening, instead of what you wish were happening. You don't have to become perfect at all of them. You don't have to never break them. That's not the point, and never was. The point is noticing. Noticing when you're harming yourself and asking, why? Noticing when you're lying to yourself and getting curious about what truth you're avoiding. noticing when you're numbing yourself and wondering what you're trying not to feel. The precepts aren't commandments from outside. They're observations from people who looked carefully at what creates suffering and what creates peace, then wrote down what they saw. You can verify them yourself. Do harmful actions create peace in you? Does dishonesty make your life simpler or more complicated? Does staying numb protect you or prevent you from living? The answers are already in your experience. The precepts just name what you've probably already noticed, but haven't quite trusted yourself to act on. They're not restrictions. They're descriptions of freedom, the freedom that comes from not being constantly at war with yourself, not creating unnecessary suffering, not abandoning yourself to please others or avoid discomfort. Live them imperfectly. Break them and return to them. Let them be trainings, not achievements. And notice what shifts when you do. When most people hear about Buddhist non-attachment, they imagine someone who has stopped caring, someone who's become cold, distant, emotionally unavailable. They picture a monk sitting alone on a mountain, unmoved by the world's suffering, untouched by joy or grief, having successfully amputated all feeling in the name of enlightenment. This misunderstanding has done enormous damage. It's made Buddhism seem like a path of emotional death, a slow freezing of the heart until you feel nothing at all. But that's not what non-attachment means. Not even close. Buddhism teaches the opposite: to care deeply, feel fully, love completely, and to do all of that without clinging, without needing things to be different than they are, without grasping so tightly that you strangle what you're trying to hold. The difference between attachment and love is subtle, but changes everything. Attachment says, I need you to be happy. I need this situation to work out. I need things to go the way I planned, or I'll fall apart. Attachment is love, mixed with fear, need, the belief that your well-being depends entirely on things staying a certain way. Love without attachment says, I care about you deeply. I want good things for you. And if circumstances change, if you leave, if this ends, I'll grieve, but I won't be destroyed. It's the difference between holding water in your cupped hands and trying to grip it in your fist. When you cup your hands gently, the water stays. When you grip tightly, trying to possess it, to make sure it can't escape, it runs through your fingers and you lose it. Most people spend their lives gripping relationships, trying to control how others feel about them, gripping outcomes, needing things to happen exactly as planned. Gripping identities, clinging to ideas about who they are, and defending those ideas against any threat. And the gripping itself creates the suffering they're trying to avoid. There's a Zen story that captures this perfectly, though it's often misunderstood. It's about a monk named Ikkyu, who lived in 15th century Japan and was known for his unconventional wisdom. Ikkyu's mother lived far away in a different province. They rarely saw each other, separated by distance and the requirements of monastic life. But she thought of him constantly, held him in her heart, worried about him the way mothers do. One day she sent him a letter. In it, she wrote simply, "I think of you always." It was tender, honest, the kind of thing any mother might write to a son she misses. An expression of love, of connection, maintained across distance. Ikkyu's response shocked everyone who heard about it. He wrote back, "I never think of you." On the surface, this seems cruel, heartless, the kind of thing an enlightened master might say if enlightenment meant having your heart surgically removed. But Ikkyu wasn't being cruel. He was pointing to something profound about the nature of separation and connection. When his mother said, "I think of you always," she was describing a particular kind of thinking, the thinking that reinforces separation. I am here, you are there, and I bridge that distance by holding you in my thoughts. It's a loving gesture, but it's built on the belief in fundamental separateness. When Ikkyu said, "I never think of you," he was pointing to a deeper truth. In the awareness that he lived in, there was no separation, requiring thoughts to bridge the gap. His mother wasn't a separate object he occasionally thought about. She was present in the same seamless awareness that everything else was present in, not separate from his own being. This doesn't mean he didn't love her. It means his love wasn't dependent on clinging to mental images of her, on constantly thinking about her to maintain the connection. The connection was always there, prior to thought, not created by thinking, but obscured when thinking tried to capture it. Think of it this way. You don't have to constantly think about your hand to know it's there. It's part of you, connected, present. You only think about it when something calls your attention to it. The rest of the time, it's just there, integrated into your being, without requiring constant mental confirmation. Ikkyu was suggesting his mother was like that, not separate in a way that required constant thinking about to maintain connection, but present in a way that preceded and transcended thought. Most people can't live at that level of realization, and that's fine. But the teaching still applies to everyday experience. There's a difference between loving someone and clinging to them, between caring about outcomes and needing to control them. Attachment says, I need you to stay exactly as you are, need this relationship to last forever, need you to never change or leave or die because I can't survive without you. Love says, I cherish you now, in this moment, exactly as you are. I know everything changes, know this will end someday, and still, I give my full heart to it while it's here. You can see this in how people relate to almost anything. Take a job you love. Attachment says, I need this job to last forever. If I lose it, my identity collapses. I'll do anything to keep it, even if the cost becomes too high. Non-attachment says, I'm grateful for this work while I have it. I'll do it fully, care about it deeply. And when circumstances change, as they will, I'll grieve the loss and move forward. The same applies to relationships, to health, to any circumstance in your life. You can care without clinging. You can be fully present without needing things to be permanent. You can love knowing that loss is inevitable and let that knowledge make you more tender rather than more defended. This is what the Buddha meant when he taught about clinging as the root of suffering. He wasn't saying, stop loving people. He was saying, notice what happens when you try to make impermanent things permanent, when you try to possess what can't be possessed, when you cling to what's already flowing away. The clinging creates a constant tension. You're trying to hold still what's always moving, trying to grip what keeps slipping through your fingers. That tension is exhausting, and it prevents you from actually enjoying what's here while it's here because you're too busy trying to make sure it never leaves. Think about holding a bird. If you grip it tightly, trying to make sure it can't fly away, you'll hurt it. Maybe even kill it. But if you hold it gently, let it rest in your open palm, it might stay for a while. And when it flies away, as it eventually will, your hand remains unharmed and open for whatever comes next. Most people go through life with clenched fists, white knuckles, arms aching from the effort of holding on. They think this is what love requires, what commitment means, what caring looks like. But watch what happens when you soften your grip just slightly. Not abandoning what you care about, not stopping your caring, just holding it a little less tightly. Allowing for the possibility that things might change, that people might leave, that circumstances might shift, and trusting that you'll be okay, even if they do. This isn't resignation or giving up. It's making space for reality to be what it is. instead of constantly fighting with it to be what you wish it were. The Buddha told a story about this once, about a raft. He said the Dharma, the teachings, the practice is like a raft you use to cross a river. Once you reach the other shore, you don't carry the raft on your back for the rest of your life. You leave it behind because it served its purpose. Even teachings, even practices, even the path itself, these are meant to be used, not clung to. They help you cross from confusion to clarity, from suffering to peace. But once you've crossed, holding on to them becomes another form of burden. This applies to everything. Relationships serve their purpose for a time, then sometimes they need to change or end. Jobs give you what you need for a season, then new circumstances call you elsewhere. Even identities, who you think you are, these need to shift as you grow, and clinging to old versions of yourself prevents that growth. So notice today, what are you gripping? Where in your life are your fists clenched, your jaw tight, your whole being contracted around the fear of losing something? And what would happen if you softened that grip just a little? Not letting go completely, not walking away from what matters, just holding it a bit more gently. Allowing it to be what it is instead of what you need it to be. You might find that when you stop gripping so tightly, things don't fall apart the way you feared. In fact, they might become more present, more vivid, more real, because you're finally allowing them to exist as they are, instead of as your fear-constricted version of them. EQ's mother thought of him always, and in that constant thinking, there was a subtle suffering, the suffering of separation, of distance, of longing for what wasn't present. EQ never thought of her, and in that not thinking, there was no separation to suffer from. She was already present in his awareness in a way that didn't require constant mental grasping. You don't have to reach EQ's level of realization, but you can notice when your love has become mixed with grasping, when your caring has turned into clinging, when you're holding so tightly that your arms ache and whatever you're holding is gasping for air. And in those moments, you can choose to soften, to open your hands just slightly, to trust that love doesn't require possession, that connection doesn't require control, that caring can coexist with letting go. This is the art of non-clinging, staying present, caring deeply, and allowing everything to be exactly as impermanent as it actually is. So many people carry a story about themselves that goes something like this: I'm damaged. Something broke in me along the way, and now I'm fundamentally flawed. Too much for some people, not enough for others. Never quite right. This story runs deep. It colors how you see yourself, how you move through the world, what you believe you deserve. It whispers that other people are whole and you're the broken one, that everyone else got the manual for being human and yours was lost in the mail. And here's what makes it so painful. You believe it. Not as a thought you occasionally have, but as the truth of who you are. The brokenness feels like fact, not story, like something diagnosed rather than something narrated. Maybe it started with something real, trauma, loss, rejection, moments when you genuinely were hurt and the hurt left marks. Pain happened, no question about that. But somewhere along the way, the experience of pain transformed into an identity. I am broken. And once that identity forms, everything becomes evidence for it. Someone treats you poorly, must be because you're damaged, and they could sense it. A relationship ends, obviously, because there's something fundamentally wrong with you. You struggle with something others seem to handle easily, more proof that you're irreparably flawed. The story feeds itself, grows stronger, becomes the lens through which you interpret every experience. And the weight of carrying it exhausts you. You walk through life feeling like you're hiding a terrible secret from everyone you meet. The secret of your brokenness, the flaw you're sure they'll eventually discover. If any of this resonates, first, you're not alone. This story is almost universal. And second, the Buddha had something important to say about it. There's a story from the earliest Buddhist texts about a woman named Kisa Gotami. She lived in a small village and was married young, as was common. For a long time she couldn't have children, and in that culture, at that time, this brought her shame and diminished her standing. Finally, she gave birth to a son. Everything changed. She was respected now, valued, her place in the community secured. She poured all her love into this child, all her hope for the future, all her sense of worth. When the boy was old enough to walk and play, he became sick suddenly. In a matter of days, he died. Kisa Gotami couldn't accept it. She held her son's body, convinced he wasn't really dead, just sleeping, just sick, needing the right medicine. She walked through the village carrying him, going door to door, begging for medicine that could bring him back. People told her gently, then firmly, "Your son is dead. There is no medicine. You need to let him go." But she couldn't hear them. Her mind had broken in a different way, broken open into a reality it couldn't accept, so it simply refused to accept it. Someone finally suggested she go see the Buddha, who was teaching nearby. They said, if anyone has medicine for death, it would be him. She went, carrying her son, and stood before the Buddha. Please, she said, give me the medicine that will bring my son back to life. The Buddha looked at her with immense compassion. He didn't say what everyone else had said. He didn't tell her the child was dead or that she needed to accept it. Instead, he said, I can help you, but first, I need you to bring me a mustard seed. She felt hope surge through her. A mustard seed, such a simple thing, easy to find. But, the Buddha continued, it must come from a house that has never known death, where no one has ever lost a parent, a child, a loved one. Bring me this seed, and I will give you what you need. Kisa Gotami set out immediately, still carrying her son. She went to the first house and knocked. Do you have a mustard seed? She asked. Of course, they said, and offered her some. Has anyone in this house died? She asked. The family grew quiet. My father, someone said, 3 years ago. She thanked them and moved to the next house. And the next, and the next. Every house had mustard seeds. Every house had also known death. A grandmother, a brother, a daughter, a husband, every single home had lost someone. Kisa Gotami walked all night, through the entire village, and into neighboring ones. House after house shared their stories, recent losses that still felt raw, old losses that had softened but never disappeared. As dawn approached, she found herself sitting at the edge of the village, her son's body finally set down beside her. And in that moment, something shifted. She realized the Buddha hadn't been sending her to find a mustard seed. He'd been sending her to find understanding. Her loss wasn't unique. Her pain wasn't proof of something wrong with her. Death, loss, grief, these touch everyone. Not one house was untouched. Her son was dead, and that was real, and devastating, and true. But she wasn't broken for grieving him. She wasn't damaged for not being able to accept his death immediately. She was human, experiencing what humans experience when they lose what they love. She returned to the Buddha and asked to become a student. She learned to work with her grief, not by denying it or transcending it, but by understanding it as part of the human experience. Eventually, she became enlightened, not by escaping her wound, but by understanding it so deeply that it no longer defined her. This story is often told to teach about impermanence and universal suffering. But it also teaches something crucial about how we relate to our own pain. Kisagotami's pain was real. Her son died. That's the first arrow. Unavoidable pain that comes from being alive and caring about things in a world where everything changes. But there was a second arrow she was shooting at herself. I must be cursed. This happened because something is wrong with me. I'm being punished. I'm uniquely damaged. The Buddha taught that the first arrow, pain itself, is inevitable. You're human, so you'll experience loss, disappointment, physical pain, death of loved ones. These are part of life, not punishments or signs of your brokenness. The second arrow is the story you tell about the first arrow. The narrative that says, this pain means something about me. It proves I'm broken, damaged, fundamentally flawed. It's happening because I deserve it, or because there's something wrong with me. That second arrow, the story, often hurts more than the original pain. It takes a moment of hurt and turns it into a permanent statement about your worth, your nature, your fundamental adequacy as a human being. Someone rejects you. That's painful. First arrow. But then your mind adds, they rejected me because I'm unlovable. Everyone always leaves because I'm too broken to keep. This proves what I've always known about myself. Second arrow. You make a mistake. Uncomfortable. First arrow. But then I always mess things up. I'm incompetent, worthless, can't do anything right. Why am I even trying? Second arrow. The first arrow is life happening. The second arrow is the story that turns life happening into evidence of your brokenness. And here's where it gets interesting. When you start looking for this pattern, you realize how often you're shooting second arrows. How much of your suffering comes not from what's actually happening, but from what you're telling yourself about what's happening. The Buddha's teaching wasn't, you're not broken. That would still reinforce the idea that there's a fixed you that could be broken or not broken. His teaching was more radical. What if there's no solid, permanent self to be broken in the first place? What you call yourself is a changing process, not a fixed thing. Thoughts arising and passing, feelings coming and going, sensations shifting moment by moment. Where in all that change is the permanent broken thing you're defending against? This isn't meant to minimize your pain or dismiss your experiences. It's pointing to something that could free you from identifying with pain as who you are. Pain happens. Yes. Difficulty arises. Absolutely. But I Am Broken is a story about pain, not pain itself. And stories can be seen through. Try this gently when pain comes. Instead of immediately layering story on top of it, instead of jumping to, this means I'm broken, or this proves I'm damaged, can you just be with the raw sensation of it for a moment? Not, I am hurt. Not, I am broken. Just, this is what pain feels like. There's a difference. I am hurt makes the hurt into your identity. This is what pain feels like. Makes it an experience you're having, not who you are. I am broken becomes a permanent state, something wrong with your fundamental nature. This is what grief feels like, or this is what disappointment feels like. These are temporary experiences moving through, not definitions of your being. This is advanced practice, so be patient with yourself. The habit of turning pain into identity is deep, often decades old. You won't undo it in a day or a week, but you can start to notice it. Notice when you move from this hurts to I am broken. Notice when you move from this is difficult to there's something wrong with me. Just notice, without judgment, the way the mind adds that second layer. And sometimes in the space between the first arrow and the second, you might find you don't have to shoot the second one at all. You can just be with what's actually here. Pain, difficulty, loss, without making it mean you're fundamentally damaged. The practice isn't pretending pain doesn't hurt, or trying to feel something other than what you feel. It's learning to distinguish between the pain itself and the story that says the pain proves something terrible about who you are. Kisa Gotami's grief didn't make her broken. It made her human. And when she understood that her pain was part of the universal human experience, rather than evidence of her personal damage, something in her relaxed, even while the grief remained. You might find the same. Not that the pain goes away, but that the story about what the pain means can be questioned, softened, seen as story rather than truth. And in that seeing, even while difficulty remains, there's a kind of freedom. We've covered a lot. If your mind is tired, that's okay. Some of what we're exploring can't be understood all at once. It seeps in slowly, works on you in ways that aren't immediately obvious. You might not remember every story or teaching, and that's fine. What matters is if something landed, if something resonated, if anything felt true in your direct experience. If you're still here after almost 90 minutes, you're doing something brave. Not everyone can sit with this kind of material, with teachings that ask you to question stories you've believed for years. Take a breath. Let your body settle into whatever it's resting on. Release your shoulders. Unclench your jaw. If it's tight, let your hands rest open rather than gripped. We're moving into something important now. What to do with all the noise in the mind, the constant chatter that makes peace feel impossible. But first, just this breath. Just this moment of being here, having listened, having stayed present, even when it was difficult. You've probably had moments when an emotion grabs you so completely that you become it. Anger takes over, and suddenly you're saying things you'll regret, doing things that don't align with who you want to be. Anxiety floods in, and your whole body contracts, your mind spinning with worst-case scenarios that feel absolutely real. When emotions run the show, life becomes exhausting. You're constantly at the mercy of whatever feeling arises, riding wave after wave with no solid ground beneath you. One moment you're up, the next you're crashing down, and you have no idea which version of yourself will show up from hour to hour. You try to plan your day, but anxiety about something that might happen derails everything. You try to have a calm conversation, but irritation takes over, and suddenly you're in an argument you never intended. You want to be present with the people you love, but sadness pulls you into yourself, making connection impossible. So naturally, you try to control it. You push down the anger, stuff away the sadness, tell yourself you shouldn't feel what you're feeling. But that doesn't work either. Suppressed emotions don't disappear. They just go underground, seeping out in unexpected ways, snapping at people you love, tension that lives in your body, numbness that makes everything feel flat. You're caught between two impossible options: be swept away by every feeling, or spend enormous energy trying to suppress what's already arising. Neither one leads to peace. The Buddha taught something different, a middle way, with emotions that's neither suppression nor drowning. It's a practice of being with feelings without becoming them, of letting them move through without being destroyed by them. This practice has a name in Buddhist teaching: equanimity. But that word often gets misunderstood as detachment or not caring. Real equanimity isn't coldness. It's a deep steadiness that can hold all feelings without being capsized by any of them. There's a teaching from the earliest Buddhist texts that captures this beautifully. The Buddha was near the ocean once, teaching a group of monks about the nature of suffering and how to work with it. A storm was building on the horizon. They could see it approaching. Dark clouds, wind whipping the water into peaks and valleys, rain beginning to fall in heavy sheets. The surface of the ocean became violent, chaotic, waves crashing against each other with tremendous force. The Buddha pointed to the churning water and asked the monks, "What do you see?" "Turbulence," one said. "Chaos," said another. "Violence," offered a third. The Buddha nodded. Yes, at the surface this is true. The storm has transformed the ocean into something wild and dangerous. A small boat caught in this would be destroyed. They all agreed, watching the waves grow larger, more unpredictable. Then the Buddha said something unexpected. But dive beneath the down past where the wind reaches, and what do you find? The monks considered this. Some had been fishermen before becoming monks, had dived deep into the ocean, searching for pearls or coral. They knew what he was pointing to. Stillness, one finally said. Yes, the Buddha replied. 10 feet below the surface, the water is already calmer. 20 feet down, you can barely feel the storm. 30 feet, 40 feet, the deeper you go, the more still the water becomes. At the ocean floor, there is no storm at all. Just depth, just silence, just the unchanging quality of water being water. He let this image settle in their minds before continuing. Your mind is the same, he said. At the surface, emotions arise like waves, sometimes gentle, sometimes violent. Anger, fear, joy, grief, all of them moving across the surface of your awareness, like weather moving across the ocean. If you identify completely with the surface, you are tossed around endlessly. Every wave feels like it will drown you. Every storm feels like the end of the world. The monks nodded, recognizing their own experience in his words. But, the Buddha continued, if you learn to rest in the depth, if you discover the part of you that's like the ocean floor, unchanging beneath all the surface turbulence, then the storms can rage and you remain steady. Not because you've stopped the storm, not because you've suppressed the waves, but because you've found where you actually are beneath all of it. One of the monks asked, "But Master, how do we find this depth? The storm is so loud, so overwhelming. How do we dive below it when it's pulling us in every direction?" The Buddha smiled. You don't fight the storm to find the depth. You simply notice, even now, even in the middle of the strongest emotion, there is something in you that's aware of the emotion. That awareness is the depth. It's always there, always steady, never disturbed by what it's aware of. He pointed back to the ocean. The water at the surface and the water at the depth, they're the same water. The storm doesn't make them different substances. The surface is just temporary movement in something much vaster and deeper. Your emotions are the same. They're temporary movements on the surface of your awareness. They're not separate from you, but they're also not all of you. You are the depth that holds them. This teaching points to something you can verify in your own experience. When anger arises, notice there's the anger itself, hot, tight, demanding, and there's the awareness that knows anger is present. Those are two different things. The anger is the wave. The awareness is the depth. Equanimity isn't about stopping the waves or pretending they're not there. It's about learning to rest in the depth even while the waves move across the surface. It's discovering that you're not the storm. You're the vast space the storm moves through. This doesn't mean emotions stop mattering or that you become some sort of robot who feels nothing. The waves still come, still have their power, still move you to action when appropriate. But they don't own you anymore. They don't define you. They don't sweep you so completely off center that you lose yourself in them. Think about how emotions actually work. They arise, often without your permission or control. They build to a peak. They pass. This is true for every single emotion, even the ones that feel permanent when you're in them. Anger rises, burns hot, then fades. Anxiety spikes, grips you, then releases. Even grief, which can last longer than other emotions, comes in waves, intense for a while, then softer, then intense again. Nothing stays at peak intensity forever, because feelings are processes, not permanent states. The Buddha taught this as a fundamental principle. Everything that arises passes away. Not as philosophy, but as something you can observe directly. Watch any emotion closely, and you'll see it's not solid or unchanging. It pulses, shifts, transforms, from moment to moment. Even the hardest feeling has a beginning, a middle, and an end. The problem is that when you're identified with the feeling, when you believe, I am angry, rather than anger is present, you can't see it clearly. You're inside it, and from inside, it feels permanent, feels like the truth of who you are. But if you can find even a small bit of space, if you can rest in the depth for just a moment, you start to see the feeling as weather moving through rather than reality itself. This is the practice. Next time a strong emotion arises, try something different. Instead of immediately acting on it or trying to push it away, pause. Take one breath and say internally, this is anger, or this is fear, or whatever the feeling is. Not I am angry, not I am afraid, just this is anger. Anger feels like this. It's a subtle shift, but it creates space. I am angry collapses you into the emotion. You become it completely. This is anger. Acknowledges the emotion while maintaining some separation between the awareness that notices and the emotion being noticed. You're not denying the anger or pretending it's not strong. You're just being accurate about what's happening. Anger is arising in your experience right now. You're the space it's arising in, not the anger itself. Try it with physical sensations too. My chest is tight. My jaw is clenched. There's heat in my face. Describing what's happening, instead of collapsing into it, gives your nervous system something to work with, besides pure reaction. The more you practice this, the more you'll notice something remarkable. You can feel intensely and be steady at the same time. The emotion can rage at the surface, while the depth remains undisturbed. Both are true simultaneously. You don't have to choose between feeling fully and staying centered. You're not the storm. You're not the waves crashing on the surface. You're the ocean itself, vast enough to hold all weather, deep enough that no storm reaches all the way through you. This doesn't happen instantly. Your mind has decades of practice being the storm, identifying completely with every emotion that arises. Learning to rest in the depth takes time, repetition, patience with yourself when you forget and get swept away again. But even knowing this is possible changes something. Even one moment of noticing anger is present instead of I am angry plants a seed. That seed can grow into the capacity to meet your own emotional life with steadiness instead of fear, with space instead of contraction. The storm at the surface is real. The depth beneath it is also real. Both exist simultaneously. You don't have to choose between feeling and stability. You can be both the movement and the stillness, the wave and the depth, fully feeling and fully free at the same time. Most people want change without discomfort. They want to grow, heal, become free, but they want it to happen easily, painlessly, while staying exactly where they are. Real change rarely works that way. Not because suffering is required for growth, but because transformation means doing something different than what you've been doing, and different almost always feels uncomfortable at first. You've been practicing certain patterns for years, maybe decades. Patterns of thought, reaction, behavior that have worn grooves in your mind, like water wearing grooves in stone. Those grooves are comfortable now, familiar. Walking a new path means stepping out of them, and that initial step feels awkward, uncertain, like you're doing it wrong even when you're doing it right. So most people take 1 or 2 steps, feel the discomfort, and retreat back to what's familiar. This doesn't feel natural, they think. Maybe this isn't right for me. They mistake the discomfort of newness for evidence that change isn't working. But here's what the Buddha understood. There's a difference between pain that breaks you and pain that breaks you open. Pain that breaks you is unnecessary suffering, pushing yourself past healthy limits, forcing growth through violence, punishing yourself for being imperfect. Buddhism doesn't teach this. The Buddha explicitly rejected extreme asceticism, the practice of torturing the body to achieve spiritual advancement. Pain that breaks you open is different. It's the discomfort of stretching beyond old limits, of sitting with difficult feelings instead of running, of choosing the harder, right thing over the easier, wrong thing. This kind of discomfort doesn't destroy you. It reveals what's been hidden, clears what's been blocking you, opens space for something new to emerge. There's a story from Tibet that illustrates this perfectly. It's about a man named Milarepa, who would become one of the greatest yogis in Tibetan Buddhist history. But before that, he was just a desperate young man seeking redemption. In his youth, Milarepa had studied black magic and used it to kill people who had wronged his family. He murdered through sorcery, and when he realized what he'd done, the weight of it crushed him. He went searching for a teacher who could help him purify this karma, show him a path to liberation, despite what he'd done. He found Marpa, a master known for his wisdom and his unconventional teaching methods. Milarepa prostrated himself before Marpa. and begged to be taught. Marpa looked at him for a long moment, then said, "If you want to learn from me, first, you must build me a tower." Milarepa agreed immediately, grateful for the chance. Marpa took him to a hillside and described an elaborate stone tower, its dimensions, its shape, exactly how it should be built. Milarepa began working. He carried stones up the hillside, one by one. He mixed mortar, laid foundations, built walls. It took months of back-breaking labor, but finally, the tower stood complete, impressive, and solid. He went to Marpa with joy, ready to begin his real training. Marpa walked up the hillside, examined the tower carefully, then said, "This isn't right. Tear it down and build it again in a different location." Milarepa was stunned, but he obeyed. He tore down what he'd built, carried the stones to a new location, and began again. When the second tower was finished, Marpa came, looked at it, and said, "No, this shape is wrong. Take it down and build it differently." Again, Milarepa tore down his work and started over. This happened again, and again, and again. Each time, Milarepa would spend months building a tower, perfecting it, hoping this would be the one that satisfied his teacher. Each time, Marpa would find a reason to reject it and demand he start over. Milarepa's body broke down from the labor. His back developed sores from carrying stones. His hands bled. Other students of Marpa's received teachings, were guided in meditation, made visible progress. Milarepa just built towers and tore them down. He began to despair, to think Marpa was punishing him rather than teaching him, that perhaps his karma was too heavy to purify, and he should give up. But something kept him going, not blind faith, but a deeper intuition that this impossible labor was doing something in him, even if he couldn't see it yet. After years of this, Marpa finally called him. "Enough," he said. "The towers were never about architecture. They were about wearing away your pride, your impatience, your belief that spiritual development should come easily. Every stone you carried was carrying away some of the heaviness you brought to me. Now you're ready to receive teachings, because now you understand what practice actually requires." Milarepa went on to become enlightened in that lifetime, something considered extremely rare. Not because he was naturally gifted, but because he had learned what most people never learn. Transformation requires showing up again and again, even when you can't see the results, even when it seems pointless, even when every part of you wants to quit. The Buddha learned this same lesson through different means. Before his awakening, he tried extreme asceticism. He ate almost nothing, tortured his body, pushed himself to the edge of death, believing that suffering would break through to enlightenment. It didn't work. It just made him weak, unable to practice effectively, no closer to understanding. So he abandoned that path and tried the opposite: indulgence, ease, comfort. This also didn't lead to freedom. Comfort kept him stagnant, comfortable in his confusion. Finally, he found what he called the middle way: steady, patient effort that doesn't destroy you, but also doesn't let you hide in comfort. Not too tight, not too loose, like tuning the string of an instrument to the exact tension that makes beautiful music. Too tight, and the string breaks. That's pushing yourself into burnout, exhaustion, self-destruction in the name of growth. Too loose, and the string produces no sound. That's staying comfortable, avoiding anything difficult, never actually changing. The right tension allows music to emerge. The right effort allows transformation without destruction. This means something practical for your life. Real change comes from showing up consistently, not from dramatic gestures or perfect execution. It's the daily practice that transforms you, not the occasional breakthrough moment. Think about Milarepa carrying stones up a hillside. Each individual stone didn't create enlightenment, but the accumulation of thousands of stones carried over years wore away what needed to be worn away and built what needed to be built. Your practice is the same. One day of noticing your patterns doesn't free you from them, but years of noticing, day after day, gradually loosens their grip until one day you realize you're no longer caught the way you used to be. One moment of staying with discomfort instead of numbing doesn't heal all your wounds. But consistent practice of staying present with what's difficult builds your capacity until things that once overwhelmed you become manageable. So what's one thing you could do each day that your future self would thank you for? Not 10 things. Not a complete life overhaul. Just one thing, small enough that you can actually do it, significant enough that doing it matters. Maybe it's 5 minutes in quietly before the day begins, just breathing, just being present with whatever arises. Maybe it's one moment each day of pausing before reacting, creating space between stimulus and response. Maybe it's noticing one time each day when you're about to abandon yourself to please someone else and choosing differently. It doesn't have to be big. In fact, it probably shouldn't be big, because big changes are hard to sustain, and when you can't maintain them, you use that as evidence that you're failing. Small, consistent steps create the path. Milarepa didn't build all the towers in one day. He carried one stone at a time, and eventually the accumulation of those single stones transformed him completely. This teaching can feel hard if you're exhausted right now. If you're already running on empty, the idea of daily practice might sound like one more demand, one more thing you're failing at. If that's where you are, know this: even listening to this is practice. Even considering these ideas is effort. You don't have to implement everything perfectly or start a rigorous practice tomorrow. But maybe, when you're ready, you could choose one small thing, one moment each day, where you practice being different than you've been. Not perfect, just different. Not everything at once, just this one thing. And then show up for it tomorrow, and the day after. Not because you're trying to become someone better or more worthy, but because you're learning what Milarepa learned, that showing up repeatedly with patient effort creates transformation that dramatic gestures never could. The path isn't walked in giant leaps. It's walked one step at a time, one stone carried at a time, one breath at a time. And those small steps, accumulated over days and months and years, take you further than you can imagine from where you are right now. You've probably heard some version of this. You attract what you believe you deserve. Your energy creates your reality. If you're experiencing negativity, it's because you're vibrating at a low frequency. It's everywhere now. This idea that the universe is essentially a cosmic vending machine responding to your thoughts, your beliefs, your vibrational frequency. Think positive thoughts and positive things happen. Believe you're worthy, and worthiness manifests. Visualize success, and success appears. And implicit in all of this is a darker message. If bad things are happening to you, it's your fault. You must not be believing hard enough, vibrating high enough, manifesting correctly enough. Your suffering is proof that you're doing something wrong. Buddhism says something entirely different. And honestly, it's more compassionate, more realistic, and ultimately more empowering than the manifestation myth. The Buddha taught about karma, yes. But karma doesn't mean what most modern spiritual teachers claim it means. It's not cosmic justice. not the universe rewarding good people and punishing bad ones, not a system where you get what you deserve based on your vibration or beliefs. Karma means action. That's it. The word literally translates to action or deed. What you do has consequences. Not because the universe is watching and judging, but because actions naturally lead to results. Plant a seed and a plant grows, not as reward, just as natural consequence. Touch fire and you get burned, not as punishment, just as cause and effect. Some consequences are immediate and obvious. You speak harshly to someone, they pull away from you. You practice patience, relationships become easier. Cause and effect, visible and direct. But many consequences take time to ripen. Seeds planted today might not sprout for months or years. Actions from years ago might be bearing fruit now in ways you don't recognize or connect back to their source. And here's the part that the manifestation crowd conveniently leaves out. You're not starting from a blank slate. You're born into conditions you didn't create. Your parents, your country, your body, your economic circumstances, none of these were chosen by you. None of them reflect your deserving or not deserving. You inherit the consequences of countless actions taken by countless people before you were even born. This is what the Buddha meant by dependent origination. Everything arises from multiple causes and conditions, most of which are beyond your control or even your awareness. You didn't choose to be born into war or peace, poverty or wealth, health or illness. You didn't manifest your genetic predispositions, your early childhood experiences, the historical moment you're living in. These conditions shape your life profoundly, and pretending otherwise is just privileged delusion. Rain falls on everyone, on the kind and the cruel, on those who meditate and those who don't, on those who believe they deserve sunshine and those who believe they deserve storms. The rain doesn't check your vibration before deciding whether to fall. The Buddha said this explicitly in the Dhammapada. The rain cloud pours down on all alike. Good things happen to harmful people. Terrible things happen to kind people. This is reality, not some cosmic mistake that needs explaining away. So, if you're going through something difficult right now, you can stop the exhausting work of trying to figure out what you did wrong to manifest this. You can stop blaming yourself for not believing hard enough, or vibrating high enough, or maintaining positive thoughts consistently enough. Maybe you didn't do anything wrong. Maybe you're just experiencing the reality that difficult things happen to everyone sometimes, that you're subject to conditions beyond your control, that being human means being vulnerable to illness, loss, disappointment, and death. This isn't pessimism, it's honesty, and there's enormous relief in it. The manifestation teaching puts all responsibility for your circumstances on you, while simultaneously making you helpless. If your thoughts create reality, then you must control your thoughts perfectly, at all times, must never doubt or fear or struggle, must maintain positive vibration constantly, or risk manifesting disaster. It's exhausting, and it doesn't work, which then becomes more evidence that you're failing, which creates more anxiety, which lowers your vibration, which is why things aren't working. A perfect, self-fulfilling spiral of blame. The Buddha's teaching is different. Yes, your actions matter. What you do has consequences. But you're not responsible for everything that happens to you. You're not manifesting every circumstance, and you're not being cosmically punished when life is hard. You're just living in a world where countless conditions are constantly interacting in ways far too complex for any individual to control. Here's what you can control: your actions and your responses. When something happens, whether you caused it or not, whether you deserve it or not, you can choose how you respond. That choice, that action, will have consequences. Those consequences will ripple out in ways you may or may not see. You can't control whether you get sick, but you can control whether you treat your body with care or neglect. You can't control whether someone loves you, but you can control whether you speak truthfully and act with integrity in your relationships. You can't control outcomes, but you can control your intentions and actions. This is where real power lives, not in trying to manifest specific results through force of belief, but in taking responsibility for what's actually in your control and releasing what isn't. The manifestation teaching says, control your thoughts to control your life. Buddhism says, you can't control life, but you can work with it wisely. One leads to anxiety and self-blame. The other leads to agency within realistic limits. Think about the people telling you that you attract what you believe you deserve. Notice how often they're people whose circumstances are already comfortable, whose basic needs are met, who have the luxury of believing their success came purely from their positive thinking rather than from a complex web of privilege, timing, and conditions they didn't create. It's easy to believe you manifested your good life when you're not facing systemic oppression, generational poverty, chronic illness, or any of the countless conditions that make life genuinely difficult, regardless of how positive your thoughts are. The Buddha didn't teach manifestation because he looked at reality honestly. He saw that suffering touches everyone, that conditions are complex, that we don't control nearly as much as we think we do. But he also saw that within those constraints, we have genuine choices. We can't choose everything that happens to us, but we can choose how we meet it. We can't control outcomes, but we can plant seeds through our actions and trust that some of them will sprout, even if we can't predict which ones or when. This is more honest than manifestation teachings, and it's ultimately more freeing. You don't have to maintain perfect positivity or risk ruining your life. You don't have to pretend everything that happens is somehow your fault or your creation. You can acknowledge that life is complex, conditions are beyond your control, and sometimes things are just hard for reasons that have nothing to do with your worthiness or your vibrational frequency. And in acknowledging that, you can focus your actual energy on what actually matters, your actions, your responses, the choices you make in each moment about how you'll meet whatever life is presenting. That's karma, not cosmic justice, but the simple reality that what you do matters, even though it doesn't determine everything. So stop trying to manifest your way out of difficulty. Stop blaming yourself for conditions you inherited. Stop pretending you can control the universe through positive thinking. Instead, ask, given these circumstances, how can I act with integrity? Given this difficulty, how can I respond with wisdom instead of reactivity? Given that I can't control outcomes, what seeds can I plant through my actions today? That's where your actual power lives. Not in manifestation, but in wise action within the reality you're actually in. We've walked through a lot together over these hours. We started with that feeling of exhaustion, that sense of never being quite enough, and we've explored where that feeling actually comes from, not from your inadequacy, but from believing in a fixed self that needs defending, proving, valuing. We looked at how the mind creates stories about pain, and how those stories often hurt more than the pain itself. We explored what happens when you stop explaining yourself to people who've already decided not to understand. We examined the difference between compassion that depletes you and compassion that flows from fullness. We talked about attention and where it goes, about choosing your companions wisely, about the precepts as a form of self-care rather than rules to follow. We explored non-clinging, caring deeply without grasping so tightly you strangle what you're trying to hold. We sat with wounds and discovered they don't define you, even when they're real. We learned about emotional storms and the stillness beneath them. We looked at the difference between comfort and transformation, at karma without the cosmic justice myth. Every section was circling the same question from different angles. Who are you when you're not defending yourself, proving yourself, or seeking something outside yourself to complete you. And the answer that keeps appearing is this: you're the awareness that witnesses all of it, the thoughts, the feelings, the stories, without being defined by any of it. When you stop trying to value yourself, when you see through that entire game, life doesn't suddenly become perfect. You don't transcend all difficulty or rise above all pain. Rain still falls. Loss still happens. Things still break and people still leave, and you still make mistakes. But something shifts. Life becomes lighter somehow, more spacious, more real. You don't need everyone to like you, because you're not trying to be anyone in particular. You don't need to prove anything, because there's no fixed self that needs defending. You can let the waves crash on the surface while resting in the depth. This isn't one and done teaching where you hear it once and never struggle again. You'll forget everything we've talked about. That's not failure. It's just how minds work. Everyone forgets. The feeling of not enough will return, probably many times. When it does, remember, it's just a feeling arising, just a thought pattern running its familiar course. It's not true. It never was. Come back to these teachings whenever you need to. Listen again. Take what serves you. Let the rest go. The path unfolds slowly, in its own time, through countless small moments of remembering, rather than one dramatic realization. The Buddha once said that patience is the highest virtue, that those who are patient will reach the end of the path. Not the smartest or the most disciplined or the most naturally gifted, the most patient. Be patient with yourself as you walk this path. Be patient with the forgetting and the remembering, the falling and the getting back up, the progress that feels invisible until suddenly you notice you're not who you used to be. You're already whole. You've always been whole. The work isn't becoming whole. It's seeing through the illusion that you ever weren't. If you've stayed with this for all 3 hours, thank you. Thank you for trusting these teachings enough to sit with them, for staying present even when it was uncomfortable, for bringing your attention here instead of the 1,000 other places it could have gone. Wherever you are right now, whether it's morning light streaming through your window or the quiet dark of midnight, I hope you found something useful in these words. Maybe it was one story that landed, one teaching that felt true, one moment where something shifted inside you. That's enough. If you'd like, leave a comment below. Even just one word to let us know you were here, that you walked this path with us today. There's something beautiful about knowing we're scattered across the world, yet connected through these teachings. If there's one thing to carry with you, you don't need to become more. The work isn't building your worth or fixing your brokenness. It's seeing through the illusion that you are ever not enough. That seeing takes time. Be patient with yourself. And when you forget, you will forget. Come back to this. Come back to the breath, to the present moment, to the awareness that's been here all along. There are more teachings to explore, more practices to discover. If this resonated, you'll find me here, continuing to share what the Buddha taught about living with less suffering and more peace. Until next time, be gentle with yourself. The path is long, and you're exactly where you need to be. You've been swimming upstream your entire life, against the current, against time, against the natural rhythm of things. And you're exhausted, not tired, exhausted from trying to force life to happen on your timeline. But here's what the ancient Buddhist masters knew. Life has its own rhythm, an invisible current beneath everything. And the moment you're fighting it, you're suffering. Not because you're weak, because you're human, because you were taught that control equals safety, that pushing equals progress. But there's another way. Hello, friend. I'm so glad you found this. If it feels right, share where you're listening from below, morning, midnight, doesn't matter. I love knowing we're scattered across time zones, all seeking the same truth. Get comfortable, grab that blanket, close your eyes if you want. You don't need to fix anything right now. Just breathe. For the next 3 hours, we're walking a path together. I'm going to share why everything you forced that didn't work, the relationships, the plans, the doors that stayed closed, might not have been failures. They might have been conditions not yet right. Life's wisdom protecting you from what wasn't aligned. We'll explore the invisible rhythm of life, why impermanence is liberation, and how your greatest losses became your deepest teachers. But first, let's talk about why you're so tired. That exhaustion is speaking. Listen. That exhaustion you're carrying, it has a name in Buddhist teaching. It's called suffering born of resistance. You've been pushing against something that was never meant to be pushed. The natural timing of your life, the rhythm that's been here long before you tried to control it. And your body knows. It knows in the tightness of your shoulders at night, in the shallow breathing you don't even notice anymore, in the way your jaw clenches when someone asks how you're doing. In that heaviness in your chest that's been there so long, you've started to think it's just part of who you are. But it's not. It's your body whispering what your mind refuses to hear. You're fighting a current that was never your enemy. There's an old teaching about the Chinese bamboo tree. Maybe you've heard versions of it, but let me share it the way it was taught to me. When you plant bamboo seeds, something interesting happens. Nothing. You water the ground. You tend the soil. You wait. And for an entire year, nothing visible emerges. The second year, still nothing. Third year, fourth year, 5 years of watering what looks like empty earth. Most people would have given up by then. Most people would say the seeds were dead, that their effort was wasted, that they should have tried something else. But in the 5th year, something extraordinary happens. The bamboo breaks through the soil and grows 90 feet in just 6 weeks. Now, here's what the Buddhist masters want you to understand. The bamboo wasn't doing nothing for those 5 years. It was developing a root system, a massive, intricate network underground, strong enough to support that 90-foot growth. Without those 5 years of invisible preparation, the rapid growth would be impossible. The bamboo would collapse under its own height. This is how life works. This is what the teaching of Anicca, impermanence, is trying to show you. Everything has its season. Everything has conditions that must ripen before manifestation can occur. And your desperate attempts to speed up that process, they're not helping. They're exhausting you. You look at your life and see empty soil. You wonder why nothing is growing, why everyone else seems to be blooming while you're still waiting, why your efforts haven't produced visible results yet. But what if, right now, in this very moment, your roots are deepening? What if everything you've been through, every delay, every closed door, every moment that felt like failure, was actually the soil teaching your roots how to hold strong? The problem isn't that you're late. The problem is that you've been measuring your growth by everyone else's timeline instead of the one that's actually unfolding in your life. Let's talk about what forcing actually does to you. When you force, you're operating from a place the Buddha called tanha, craving. Not the healthy kind of wanting that moves you forward with ease, but the desperate grasping that says, if this doesn't happen now, I am not enough. That's not striving. That's suffering. There's a crucial difference between the two, and this is where the teaching of right effort comes in. Right effort doesn't mean trying harder. It means trying wisely. It means understanding when to act and when to allow, when to plant seeds and when to trust the underground work that you cannot see. Think about how you've been living, the constant mental planning, the strategies and backup strategies, the tight control over every detail, because if you let go for even a moment, something might fall apart. But here's what's actually falling apart. You. Your nervous system wasn't designed to operate in constant override mode. When you push past your body's signals, when you ignore the exhaustion and keep grinding, when you treat rest as laziness and patience as weakness, you're not winning. You're fragmenting. The body becomes tense. Sleep becomes difficult. Joy becomes rare. And that voice inside that used to guide you, it gets quieter and quieter until you can't hear it anymore. This is what forcing does. It disconnects you from your own inner wisdom. The Buddha taught something profound that speaks directly to this moment. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. But we've misunderstood this teaching. We think it means we shouldn't plan or hope. That's not it at all. What the Buddha was pointing to is this: your suffering isn't happening in the present moment. It's happening in your mind's story about the present moment. Right now, in this exact second, are you actually suffering? Or are you suffering because you're thinking about how things should be different? How you should be further along? How this should have happened already? The present moment, just this breath, just this heartbeat, is usually bearable. Sometimes it's even beautiful. It's when your mind jumps to, but what about tomorrow? Or, why didn't it happen yesterday? That the suffering floods in. And that's where the false urgency lives. Your mind, brilliant and protective as it is, operates with ancient wiring. It's designed to keep you safe, to scan for threats, to prepare for danger. This was useful when survival meant outrunning predators. But now, that same mechanism creates urgency where none exists. It tells you that if you don't achieve this goal by 30, you've failed. If you don't find love by a certain age, you'll be alone forever. If you don't succeed according to someone else's timeline, you're behind. None of this is true. But it feels true because your nervous system is in survival mode, treating your natural life unfolding as if it were a threat to your existence. And so, you push, you force, you exhaust yourself, trying to outrun a timeline that was never real to begin with. Let me tell you about seeds. Have you ever seen a seed panic? Have you ever watched a seed in the ground, desperate and anxious, trying to bloom before it's ready? No, because seeds are wise in a way we've forgotten how to be. A seed doesn't rush. It doesn't compare itself to the flower next to it. It doesn't worry that it's taking too long or that it should be further along by now. It simply responds to conditions. When there's enough water, enough warmth, enough darkness to feel safe, enough light to reach toward, then, and only then, does it begin to open. Not a moment sooner. Not because it's lazy, not because it's afraid, but because premature blooming would mean death. The seed knows something essential. Timing isn't arbitrary. It's intelligent. When you bloom before your roots are deep, You cannot sustain the growth. When you force the opening before conditions are right, you damage the very thing you're trying to create. This is Anicca in action, the teaching of impermanence. Everything arises according to causes and conditions. Everything has its moment of ripening. And your job isn't to make it happen faster. Your job is to tend the conditions and trust the process. But we don't trust it, do we? We've been taught that trust is naive, that patience is passive, that if we're not constantly doing, pushing, forcing, we're falling behind. So we override our own timing. We ignore the signs that say, not yet. We push through exhaustion as if it were just an obstacle instead of information. And here's what I want you to notice right now, in this moment. How tired are you? Not the kind of tired that sleep fixes, but the deep tiredness that lives in your bones. The exhaustion that makes you wonder if you'll ever feel light again. That exhaustion, it's information. It's your body saying, this pace is not sustainable. This force is not natural. This timeline you're trying to meet is breaking you. And the most compassionate thing you can do, the most revolutionary thing you can do in a world that tells you to hustle harder, is to listen. To stop. To breathe. To acknowledge that maybe, just maybe, your life is unfolding exactly as it needs to, even if it doesn't match the picture you had in your mind. The Buddhist teaching of the middle way is relevant here. It's the path between two extremes, between forcing and giving up, between striving and collapsing, between controlling and abandoning. The middle way says, engage with your life, yes. Plant your seeds, yes. Water your garden, yes. But then, and this is the part we forget, step back and let conditions ripen. You cannot force a flower to bloom by pulling on its petals. You cannot make bamboo grow faster by yelling at the soil. You cannot rush your life into happening before its time without damaging the very thing you're trying to create. So, what do you do instead? You learn to distinguish between productive action and desperate forcing. You learn to feel the difference in your body. One feels like flow, even when it's challenging. The other feels like friction, like swimming against a current that never ends. You learn to recognize when your efforts are coming from trust and when they're coming from fear. Because actions born from trust move forward with a certain ease, even through difficulty. But actions born from fear feel heavy, desperate, exhausting. And you learn, slowly, gently, with great patience toward yourself, to trust that your life has its own intelligence, that there's a rhythm beneath everything, guiding, unfolding, ripening. Not because some external force is controlling your destiny, but because everything arises from conditions, and conditions take time to align. Your roots are growing right now, even if you can't see them. Your seeds are preparing to bloom, even if the soil still looks empty. And your timeline, your real timeline, not the one society handed you, is unfolding with perfect precision. You are not late. You are not behind. You are exactly where the conditions of your life have brought you. And from here, with patience, with presence, with trust in the natural rhythm of things, everything you've been forcing can finally begin to flow. But here's what nobody tells you about waiting. There's a sacred difference between patience and passivity. And understanding this changes everything. Stay with me. There's a feeling you know intimately, even if you've never named it. It's that sense that something should be happening right now, that you're supposed to be somewhere other than where you are. That time is running out and you're standing still while everyone else is moving forward. It's not quite anxiety, though it lives in the same neighborhood. It's not quite fear, though it tastes similar. It's restlessness, a low hum of urgency that never quite turns off. The Buddha had a word for this. He called it dukkha, often translated as suffering, but more accurately understood as a deep unsatisfactoriness, a persistent sense that something is not quite right. And here's what the teaching wants you to understand. This restlessness you feel, it's not a personal failing. It's not evidence that something is wrong with you. It's actually the mind doing exactly what an unobserved mind does. It creates urgency where none exists. Your mind is brilliant at this. It takes the natural unfolding of your life and turns it into a crisis. It takes a moment of stillness and fills it with 1,000 questions about whether you should be doing something else, being somewhere else, achieving something more. But what if you're not actually late? What if this feeling of being behind, this constant sense that life is happening somewhere else and you're missing it, what if that's just the mind's misunderstanding of how life actually works? See, the mind doesn't know how to wait. It wasn't designed for patience. It was designed to solve problems, to anticipate threats, to keep you safe by always scanning for what's next. And in a world where survival meant constant vigilance, this was useful. But now that same mechanism takes the natural pauses in your life, the periods of preparation, the seasons of rest, the necessary stillness before growth, and labels them as danger. Your mind whispers, if nothing is happening, something must be wrong. But that's not truth. That's just an ancient alarm system that doesn't know the difference between actual danger and the peaceful groundwork that precedes every meaningful change. There's a story about a young monk who came to the Buddha with this exact restlessness. The monk bowed deeply and asked, "Teacher, when will I be enlightened?" He expected wisdom, perhaps a teaching, maybe a timeline. Instead, The Buddha simply pointed to a tree nearby. The monk looked at the tree, confused. It was just a tree, leaves moving gently in the wind, roots deep in the earth, branches reaching toward the sky. "I don't understand," the monk said. The Buddha smiled. "Does the tree ask when it will be complete?" The monk stood there, the question hanging in the air between them. "The tree grows according to conditions," the Buddha continued. "Rain comes, the tree drinks. Sun shines, the tree reaches. Winter arrives, the tree rests. It does not ask if it is ready. It does not wonder if it is behind schedule. It simply responds to what is present, moment by moment. Your enlightenment is the same. It unfolds according to conditions, your practice, your understanding, your readiness. Asking when is like asking the tree to bloom before spring arrives. The question itself reveals the obstacle. This is what restlessness really is. It's the gap between what your mind expects and what reality is offering right now. It's the space between "I should be here" and "I am here." And that gap, that space of misalignment, creates the suffering of urgency. The Buddhist teachings identify restlessness as one of the 5 hindrances, one of the mental states that obscures clear seeing. Not because restlessness is bad, but because it prevents you from being present with what actually is. When your mind is racing ahead, when you're constantly checking whether you're on track, whether you're enough, whether you're where you should be, you cannot possibly see clearly what this moment is offering. You're too busy arguing with reality to actually experience it. And here's the paradox. The thing you're rushing toward, you'll never arrive if you can't be present for the steps that take you there. Think about the last time you felt truly at peace. I'm willing to bet it wasn't because everything in your life was perfect. It wasn't because you had finally achieved every goal or checked every box. It was probably a moment when you stopped checking, when you stopped measuring, when you were simply here, breathing, present, not needing anything to be different than it was. That's the wisdom living inside "not yet." Not yet doesn't mean never. It means the conditions haven't fully ripened. It means there's still groundwork happening beneath the surface. It means your roots are still deepening in ways you cannot see. But the restless mind hears "not yet" and translates it as rejection, as evidence of unworthiness, as proof that you're failing. And so the anxiety grows. Let me tell you what I've learned about the difference between anxiety and intuition, because this is where so many of us get confused. Anxiety lives in the future. It spins stories about all the terrible things that might happen, all the ways you might fail, all the opportunities you might miss. It's loud, urgent, insistent.
wake up.
It demands immediate action, even when there's nothing useful